ready to rumble.
To the ring. Step into the ring.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once more to the Ruthless Regional Showdown. My name's Contra, as well as joining with me here, as always, it's Sir Cloud, as we bring you all the hype, all the action on the second day of Phase 2.
And in case you guys are feeling like going to the washroom, you guys get to go now, because the action is about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Today is day number 2 of Phase number 2. And before we head on to that, of course, we got to do the due diligence of introducing to you, again, the point system that everybody should know by now. Chicken Dinner will receive 10 points, second place 6 points, third place 5 points, fourth place 4 points, fifth place 3 points, sixth place 2 points, 7 and 8 1 point. Above that, no place on points, but every team will be eligible for elimination points.
That's right, and we've got plenty of all these teams for them to try to farm as many elimination points as possible. Well, you said, if anyone wants to go to the washroom, maybe that person's me and I'm going to leave you here all alone. But don't worry about that. We got another break coming up next. But if you guys are tuning in for the very first time, welcome on board. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel as we bring you some of the best PUBG mobile esports action across the globe.
Oh yeah, and across the next few days, well, next day, because today is already the 11th of November, it is day number 5 of our entire series. Tomorrow will be the final day, and our tournament will feature 18 teams that will be playing 5 matches every day in a single lobby format, meaning every game will be played by the same 18 teams. Now, how do we determine who will be the champion of the Ruthless Regional Showdown? Is that we combine the points from Phase 1 and Phase 2. Well, basically 6 days of battle, and then we'll just combine all the points together. The top team becomes the champion. As straightforward as that.
Yeah, and I really do like the format that really runs pretty straightforward in essence, where teams just really have to focus on their very own performance than, wondering about, do we have to fight Group B, Group C or so? No, it's straight up 18 teams displayed on your screen right now. The BOARS, Esports, Kara, GEN.G, R8, GEEKAY, Regnum Karga, Team Falcons, as well as Supermassive PAPARA are definitely going to put on a show.
Oh yeah, including GS, Twisted Minds, Nuclear Zone, ETSH, ARCred, Inner Circle, Virtus Pro, MADBULLS, and the current number 1 team, the GOAT team, who's the team to beat at this moment.
That's right, and overall, they've been able to really show up consistently, even despite not securing certain chicken dinners or so. They've been able to really keep up with their target of reaching into the top 4 for many a time. So other teams, they gotta look to be just as consistent as GOAT team.
Yep, so that's going to be the team that we will need to keep an eye on whether they can still hold on to the number 1 spot, because they are on top of the leaderboard as of now, that is. But there's still today 5 games, tomorrow 5 games, so there's a possibility that the numbers could flip. But if we were to recap a little bit on their performance, every time a team almost catch up to them, they will put on a good show, they come in with a chicken dinner, and they extend their lead again. So it's almost like the question of what does it take to overtake a GOAT team?
Well, I guess all these teams really have to either play even more aggressively or start hunting them out. But that is easier said than done, because when you take a look at how they play out in the early phase of the game, they don't really want to play dangerously to hunt out other teams either. They're willing to even spend time in the blue zone in order to have that safe passage to cut right through all these kind of potential threats. So that being said, though, if you guys are tuning in for the first time, once again, these are the rosters that the teams are fielding, and Esports definitely were one that really showed up huge in some of the battles that we had yesterday.
Yep, and yesterday, of course, had interesting and exciting battles. We even had clutch moments as well. Are we going to see similar clutch moments today? Well, of course, ladies and gentlemen, you guys got to stay tuned especially with the fact that the teams, well, they got warmed up after phase number 1. They had a bit of a break, and yesterday was basically the first day after phase 1 that they had to continue on. So today, after having that warm-up yesterday, I'm sure the teams will be feeling like it, especially for Team Falcons. They won all their fights against the Twisted Minds yesterday, so today Twisted Minds might be looking for a revenge.
Yeah, perhaps so. And, overall, within one span of a week, they've been able to really recuperate, and Twisted Minds have to scramble for some answers where we don't really see too much that actually went the way of Twisted Minds. On the rounds that they do survive, I think they still managed to bring quite some number of points. So I really do want to see how far can they actually take this. Meanwhile, I've been impressed by a lot of the teams coming in from the Turkish League overall, and PAPARA Supermassive. They were making that debut yesterday, but I felt like they were just about warming up. Of all the players coming in from PAPARA Supermassive, Kamikaze was the one that fragged out the most, and I'm excited to see more from him.
Well, definitely excited to see more from these teams as well. Virtus.pro especially, they seem to have a good potential. But then again, it's not really sometimes about them. It's about like the other competition around them is also very, very consistent as well. So let's see if they'll be able to keep up to the pace and the marathon. Inner Circle didn't play yesterday, so hopefully we'll get to see them play today as well, because besides them being able to put on a good show, I'm sure a lot of the fans of Inner Circle would love to see their favorite team put out action today.
Yeah, and they are one of the few teams hailing from South Asia to play in this tournament. Meanwhile, of course, we still have the MADBULLS as well as GOAT team. They are still trying to race up against each other. Well, not exactly for the GOAT team, because they are the one leading at the moment. So far, we have not really seen too many games being played by the side of Varanik, but the Staple 4 have absolutely showed up, and that also involves Wolves Esports that have been able to frag out, and that's all thanks to Scarface, where right now he's sitting at over 9,000 damage, about to even hit that big 10k with 41 eliminations throughout the span of the phase.
Yeah, and he should be able to do that here today, right? I mean, it's only like, 200-ish more for him to hit that 10,000 damage mark. But it's not only about Scarface. His other teammate as well is also in the running to be the top MVP. We'll flip over to that in a little bit more, as we also want to see like the other competitors as well for the top overall MVP slot. Speaking about that, okay, here's Aaron at number 2. And then we have Twix from GOAT team. We have Bad Boy from ARCred and Joyagi from GOAT team as well. So 2 representatives from GOAT team is also a reflection of their current dominance at the overall chart at the top.
Yeah, they've really been able to really work together very, very well. As for ARCred, I think yesterday they didn't really have the best of runs possible. They only managed to be in the middle of the pack for most part, and maybe there was a couple of instances where they did manage to reach close to the top 5, top 4, but hasn't been able to fully seal the deal. So I want to see whether if Bad Boy can once again carry the banner of ARCred to the finish line. Meanwhile, both of the members of Wolf Esports, they're looking stellar so far. And when I say that, there's also the involvement of Catch to also be in the top 5 overall frags. So this team really reminds me of those teams that just love to play super aggressively, and these numbers are absolutely showing for Team Wolf Esports.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? We have 3 of them here, and then your Twix in between, and that boy from ARCred as well in between. And if we were to zoom in onto the numbers, well, Scarface is ahead by like 5 eliminations as compared to his teammate Aaron, but because they're teammates, it doesn't matter. As long as the elimination points goes towards the team, that's absolutely okay, and I'm sure they wouldn't mind that. Whether like, oh, it's Aaron being the MVP or Scarface being the MVP or maybe Catch being the MVP, it doesn't matter as long as the points are in. However, when it comes to consistency, GOAT team, they are a little bit more consistency, and that's why they still have that little gap between themselves and
Yeah, true enough. But you gotta also say that Wolf is very consistent in one thing, securing takedowns. Every other round, they always walk away with above 5 elimination points. So right now, they are already catching up to GOAT. And as a matter of fact, they do have the most elimination points at this current moment. So if Wolf could just refine it for a little bit, they might even stand a chance to overtake GOAT. So we'll have to see what Rondo brings to the table later on. GS as well as GEEKAY have been able to shine yesterday as they've climbed the charts, as GS makes it into the top 8, pushing Twisted Minds 1 spot down since they've been losing those duels to Team Falcons.
Yeah, I know, right? So let's see if Twisted Minds will be able to get their revenge here today. As for Falcons, well, they need to put in the work. They are on page number 2, and objectively, Twisted Minds, they are still on page number 1. So they are above Team Falcons. So if Team Falcons want to overtake them and be on page number 1, they have to continue to perform like how they did yesterday, at least against Twisted Minds, and then continue to perform throughout the entire rounds that they will be playing here today. Besides them, we also have PAPARA Supermassive, who actually made their debut yesterday in this tournament. So if you see that, oh, why are they only at 9 points? To be fair, they just came in yesterday, so they had a feel of the lobby. Hopefully we get a better performance from them today after they getting a warm-up session yesterday.
Yeah, and I definitely think that they were feeling a little bit overwhelmed because this is a very crowded lobby with 18 teams on board. So they gotta also look for certain draw spots that works out for them because, you know, the tournament has been running for a couple of days already. And when you are coming in with all these other teams already taking some of your location, it might not feel the most comfortable for PAPARA Supermassive, but definitely they can make some adjustments for this evening. And of course, starting things off, we will kick off in Rondo, and right after that, we're going for that double Erangel, and to close off the night, it's double Miramar.
Yes, it will be the same map sequence as yesterday and also during phase number 1. Basically, we're not going to change the map sequence, so it's going to be same 5 maps that will be played. The timing that you can see, that you see on screen is reference, is going to go with a rolling schedule. So if a round happens to end earlier, we will move to the next round earlier. That is how it works. And of course, the timing also depends on which part of the world that you're currently watching this live stream. So just adapt to wherever you are at as well. Starting off with Rondo, it's going to be the same rules, with the fact that Rondo has this recall feature, meaning that teams can gain a lot more eliminations as compared to the regular Erangel and Miramar matches.
Yeah, and this is where all these teams can really test their firepower, as well as maybe go pretty relentless on how they really want to go up on, say, Team B, Team C, if they just really want to test, hey, if we were to go on a 4 versus 4, can this work out? When I say 4 versus 4, more often than not, all these teams have already figured out a formula for Rondo where you plant one member at a certain recall tower so that you could just have that member to bail them out in any form of instance if they will lose a battle. So if they continuously win, then that's great news. They can actually use the recall for much later on.
Yep. So they have to be pretty calculative of how they're gonna maximize the recall usage. But from the trend that we have seen, when it comes to the Rondo match, teams just like to take early fights. Well, not like we're complaining or anything, right? we do like early fights. It gets the game started off with a bang. It's just that, yeah, they will always need to remember that they must have at least one person to survive in case the team fails to win one of those early fights.
True enough, and overall, we've also seen instances where certain teams are looking to counter that by maybe sending more players towards a certain recall tower so they can hunt out that player lurking around. Once you remove that guy, then you can have the rest of the other players to eventually look to reconvene to win certain battles as well. So that is also another tactic that is rather interesting. So I just absolutely love the introduction of Rondo throughout this year's esports calendar, and who knows what else is in store for us in the upcoming year, since the season's just about to be over right after PMGC.
Yeah, normally like the new announcement will come by then, right? Like during the finals of the PMGC. There are a lot of rumors saying that, oh, there will be changes to the PUBG Mobile esports format in the coming year. But of course, none of us can confirm until it is officially announced by then. So I guess for the enthusiasts out there, I always enjoy reading their thoughts or the comments about like what may come in the coming year. But of course, at the end of the day, it's all like, okay, everyone can put their thoughts and comments out there, but it really boils down to what will the official announcement be by then. Something that I can't wait for. I mean, every year that's something that we look forward to. What will be the plan for the following year, right? For PUBG Mobile Esports.
And for the moment, I haven't really heard too many of those rumors. Now, I really want to ask you this, since we're still waiting for the round to start. Like, what are some of the speculations that you think that, hey, if it happens, it'll be a really cool thing for the PUBG Mobile world, in essence, for 2026?
Well, again, these are community rumors, right? So I can't confirm anything, but it's just based on what I've read. Some are saying that, we might have the PMPL again. So, yeah, but I don't know. I don't know about that point. Some of them say that, we might have the PMPL again. Some of them say that we might see more WoW mode in the competitive scene. Yeah, I guess those are some of the top ones that I've seen around.
Oh, I see. I really don't mind to see PMPL makes his return, because a lot of all these regions, when you say PMPL, you can see how the community come together to just absolutely celebrate their favorite esports stars across their region. And I really do hope that it has great coverage around the world, if that's going to be the case. Of course, speculations are speculations. We don't want to bank too much hopes on that for now. But just like you guys are, we are currently waiting for the game to begin. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, as we will have 5 rounds for the entirety of the evening. And we'll see who will be the ones to be able to chase up to GOAT team.
Yeah, I guess, well, not too sure. We haven't got any information yet on what's happening behind the scenes. Maybe we're just waiting for the players to get into the lobby and just making sure that everybody is well settled down and have a smooth ride later on with minimal technical difficulties. All for the betterment, of course, because once we jump into the game, okay, ideally we just roll with it. Everyone has a good time. Everyone has a fair gameplay, fair playing ground, and then, basically just be able to put on a good show. So perhaps that's what's stalling us right now. While I guess we're waiting, perhaps we can also talk about how's the weather now.
The weather, honestly, I don't know how the weather's looking like. It's always humid here. Maybe some guys in the comment section could tell us how it's like in parts of Europe, whether if it's Turkey or even if some of these fellas are in Saudi Arabia. I hear that it gets pretty cold at night in Saudi. I mean, you've been there. How does that feel?
Well, not during the cold periods. I heard from friends as well, during end of the year, at night it gets pretty cold. Sounds rather intriguing. Personally, I've not felt how is cold and dry weather at the same time. So yeah, it's something that I cannot imagine yet, right? Unless it's something that you have to experience, and yeah, you have to experience for yourself to kind of get to know it, because imagination just doesn't work that way. But we don't really need to imagine on who's our top Rondo performers. So just a bit of a recap. no surprise here that GOAT is still the number one.
Yeah, not a single tinge of a surprise at all. I mean, they've had such a solid showing throughout the course of all the days that they played throughout phase 1, and in phase 2 it's no different. It really feels like this is a team that is very hard to predict or read on the pattern of their movements, which is why they've always remained very elusive in the early game, and then when it's the late game, it is absolutely showtime for a GOAT team.
Yep, so that's still the team to beat. Besides them is ARCred, and then we have Twisted Minds and Oof, who has the highest amount of eliminations in totality across the board. So that's probably another team for us to highlight and keep an eye on as well. So our top Rondo performance teams, I believe later before we jump into the game, we're going to do our due diligence of putting up a prediction. So this could be a guideline, but whether it will be any of these teams that we can see on screen scoring the chicken dinner, not necessary. So it's up to, I don't know, Pandra, maybe. What do you think? Are you trusting stats, or do you have like a gut feel?
I think there's definitely a little bit more. It's always in between, right? Like sometimes the stats don't lie, and on top of that, there's also certain teams that have actually prepared some great ideas of how to handle certain situations as well. So I guess everybody gotta trust their own gut feeling in that sense. And of course, for some of us, I think data can only tell you one thing, and the results can always vary because 18 teams are competing, and at any point in time, if anyone commits a mistake, they will just crash out.
Right, and yep, speaking about crashing, well, we're not crashing anywhere. We're flying inside of Rondo. Looks like no predictions for game number 1. I guess that's us off the pressure for at least for one round. Let's head on to it.
Honestly, I feel a little bit more relief because every time like we gotta scratch our heads and think, okay, who's gonna be able to secure themselves a chicken dinner? I don't want to be that guy that says, hey, I got this favorite team or so, because like, and in ways we are casters, like some of the chat will go like, oh, what caster, why are you so biased? Nah, fam, like we're just doing our jobs. Just because we're told to pick one, right?
Yeah, and I guess that's why I like I have this thing where I won't repeat a prediction. I try not to, at least. So it's like, okay, I try to go around whichever that I kind of feel like it. But okay. Also to point out that this is one of those rare occasions that in a Rondo match, we get 2 different flight paths. So don't be surprised that randomly you will see this.
I really do like that. You know, in Rondo, there's just so many of all these implications of options, and with double flight path, you might actually see certain teams, as much as they drop late into, say, a certain area, and they will be surprised, hey, there's actually players already on board because of that other side of the flight path that kind of converges into a certain territory. But as much as I say that, it really feels like we are going to be having some decent spread in the opening round. And GEEKAY already got themselves into some action as they do strike down the members of GS.
And also to note that we are playing with 15 teams. But immediately we're going to see the first blood. Okay, is that really a first blood? Okay, not really, because we have multiple eliminations happening across the map at the same time. That includes the Twisted Minds locking in their own first elimination for the team.
Oh, it was pretty early, as everyone's already getting their hands busy. One member being knocked down is not all too concerning. They did manage to get the revive through. So, Twisted Minds, they're going to be hunkering down for now, but oof! Just going on a little bit of a chase. We've seen this before yesterday up against PAPARA Supermassive. And now they're just scrambling for that space. A couple attacks already as Aaron goes in for that swing. That jump shot almost took Aaron down.
And Oof, as usual, being the masters of bringing eliminations, they started off nice and hard with their first elimination inside of Rondo. The other members of BOARS Gaming still around the corner, and we have Mr. Robs here. He's really taking his time, though.
As he should. He's currently in between some of the members of ULF. And they've always been very aggressive in the early game where they just won out that trade up against PAPARA Supermassive. And I believe that ever since he heard those shots, he wants to be a little bit more sneaky to see what he's going to be able to find. And for the moment, Robs might just actually catch out that player who's hiding inside of the gas station. So with him being isolated, I don't think ULF has got any clue at all of where these members of BOARS are currently planted at.
Yeah, they're quite spread out though. Like some of them on the high ground, some of them on the other end. So it's not easy to spot every single one of them. But of course, from our view, we kind of have an idea of like, okay, where they are. But if you're actually playing inside the game, well, it's not that easy to just scout out the entire team like that. But does ULF really want to push it? Not too sure. We'll check on them later. Because right now, we see Team Falcons in the fights. It looks like a straightforward knock and elimination onto Mr. Robbie from ARCred.
It's a great double swing that we managed to witness. And here comes SnowX now pummeling down onto that sole target of ULF Esports. But they do trade back though. SnowX now getting tagged as well. Ooh, they did manage to get that 1 point, but they haven't really gotten themselves out of this predicament as the rest of Wolves are trading back towards them.
And okay, here's a summary of how the teams are at this moment. So far, we haven't had any teams that just went like around the map, like getting in eliminations. Like teams are still pretty calm and tame generally as a start. But Gold Team, they have yet to find their first elimination. But the pressure is really on to like teams like ULF or even like GEEKAY. Try to put in the numbers here to see if they can catch up to Gold Team by the end of this round.
And it definitely will be pretty interesting to see them go back and forth. Whereas for the side of Kara, they did manage to get those revives through GEEKAY. Still holding firm onto their position, but they're already looking to push outwards. Beyond the hunt, while Kevin comes in for a late flank. Doesn't seem like they've been able to actually get much done as he's going to be on that lower ground to challenge up against Kara. But they've had SAF-G on the other side, flanking with another beautiful angle. Kevin looking to secure the revival before taking out some of the other players instead. So GEEKAY so far is just having a very, very clean run as they've already stashed those 3 points up.
Yeah, 3 now for GEEKAY. And at the same time, they did not lose anyone. So far, it's a very good round for GEEKAY. And they're also one of those teams that could potentially overtake a GOAT team as well. But the fact that GOAT team, they have not yet started to collect any elimination points, well, the door is always open for ULF and GEEKAY. But we just saw a knock onto a player of GEEKAY. But I guess he will be picked up soon. Based on the minimap, his teammates are together with him.
It really feels like a really tough position for some of all these teams, especially for BOARS right now, where we do have that member of ULF actually lurking around. To me, it's kind of surprising to see these kind of lurk actions so early in the span of the match. Because more often than not, this happens in the rest of the region where people just run out in the open and Aaron at least get that knock right through. And he might just actually find his second target at the very same time. We'll see how this one plays out. Aaron confirms it. No rescue whatsoever coming from the side of the rest of BOARS, but they're already sending a 2-prong attack as he tries to chase away that ongoing approach. Doesn't seem like BOARS have been able to find a good opening. And ULF, so far, other than losing that one player, they're just doubling down upon these members of BOARS. And there we go, Big Nate sent towards him. And he's only carrying that JS9.
Well, what's interesting is that this fight technically has been running around, or has been going for quite a while. And finally, they got Aaron on the ground. teammates nowhere to be found. He will be eliminated, but this is Rondo, so I wouldn't be surprised if Aaron will be brought back soon. Switching over our attention now to Kamikaze. The moment we see him on screen, he gets taken out, and he will be the next player to be eliminated. There you go. A bit of an overkill, but okay.
Sometimes it's all about sending the message, right? So there we go. And as much as they've already gotten some of all these points, now it's time for them to relocate. For those who are around Yulin, it's not a problem at all. But we're going to see this spot being absolutely crowded. Over onto Neox Factory, there's already like, what, 3-4 teams around the facility. I feel like this is going to be a very tough situation for those who are planted inside. And if it shifts any further, I feel like maybe they don't really get to even step out at all.
Ooh, the chase is happening now. Let's see if Mori will go for it. But somehow Mori did not. Okay, he turns back. And now he's the one being chased down. Okay, that's pretty interesting. But anyway, he does have his teammates with him, so I guess he kind of had that idea of like using himself as a bait.
Yeah, I really do like some of all these small little nuances that they come to, especially in very tough situations. And speaking of tough situations, I don't think that Kavo has gotten all too much left in the tank right now. He has to ditch that vehicle before it blows up. And now he's just going to be stranded for the moment while the rest of R8 continues on that pursuit. Prestige might have actually lost a little bit of that sight. As he carries on the journey, there will be some bullets being sent from the side of Falcons as well. So this is not exactly the easiest spots to play out, as Navallo will be able to get that revive through. And now, Go Team looking to close in.
But Go Team, they're not really pushing it. I guess maybe because the fact that they saw a lemon coming in. So they might think to themselves that, oh, maybe it's not the right time to really push because the third party could come in instead. But look at the elimination fee. Looks like R8, they secured another elimination point somewhere else. But anyway, that's done. GS now in a fight with Kara elsewhere.
It really seems like some of these teams, they want to double down on some of all these early action. MADBULLS, on the other hand, they heard those shots coming from the side of Team Falcons, and they're just trying to play a little bit more of a defensive stance. Not too much for the rest of Kara, as they're still looking for that pin down. Kara now soaking some of the shots coming from the side of GS. There's still ample of these spaces that they could actually play around with, so it shouldn't be too worrisome for now, as Nuclear Zone gets those perfect nades right into the smokes. And there's not much left that GS could do inside of that little crease that they're in.
Ooh, and Aprino, he wants to go for it. Let's see how far will he chase. At the same time, the circle will shift. Hard shift towards the left side. R8, right smack in the middle of the circle. They have a huge advantage there, but a lot of teams are on the outside of the circle, especially on the southern side. We have at least 4 of them grouped up together. I expect it to be rather chaotic down there.
Oh, it definitely will be. Speaking of chaos, oh, there we go. Faida secures the knockdown onto that member hiding inside Shack. GS loses 1. Nuclear Zone, ever since yesterday's round, they've been able to really put up some really strong front of a fight. And it's just such an entertaining team to actually witness when they get themselves into action, and it looks like they're bound to just go in for another duel as they chase upon the rest of Kara.
And Kara focusing on getting into the circle, which is absolutely okay because you don't want to spend time in the blue at this stage because it's turning into stage 4. MADBULLS, on the other hand, park themselves within the circle. They will play the gatekeeping role against ETSH, who's passing by. But perhaps ETSH, they did a bit of scouting work. They probably saw the vehicles parked around this compound area, and they're going to avoid that one for now. On the elimination feed, looks like a BOARS failed to avoid a bullet and one of the players down in the blue.
Oh boy. This is going to be really rough. I mean, take a look at how much time these players are spending inside the blue zone as their numbers are trickling down in the form of HB. Just by the corner of this wall, Aaron gets spotted out. Oh, pixel perfect shot. The first side over. Well, Stoics will quickly look to secure it, but it is still, once again, a very tough spot. Very tough angle to even try to squeeze into some of all these spaces. Meanwhile, we get the rest of them. It seems like it is going to take a long while before the rest of them settle the score, as Wolf Esports have already secured themselves 5 points. And now with a lobby that has lesser than 18 teams, it really starts to see like, hey, this feels more like a usual format that we're running with 16 teams where no crazy inflated numbers are happening just yet.
Oh yeah, that's true. And in fact, as of now, no team has been eliminated yet. Interesting. Okay. So that just tells me that when it comes to like stage 4 onwards, we'll see a lot of explosive fights and teams will be eliminated back to back. That's normally like the trend. Well, Nasir, he found his target. Havlik will be gunned down. And the good news for Havlik is that at least he's inside the circle, so there's still a little bit more time for his teammates to come and save him, but the circle just shifted away. The one that's currently in the circle is R8, and also the number 1 team at this moment, GOAT Team.
GOAT Team so far still holding firm with all 4 members. And while the rest of ETSH so far have gotten themselves some improvement in the form of survival time throughout yesterday's run as well. BOARS only left with 2. They've had quite the battle up against the rest of OVE. And now spot out the rest of ETSH as the shots are directed towards Shiva. The spray downs look pretty good. It doesn't seem like that was quite enough to actually take him down just yet. And the member that's on the scouting mission might actually look to close in as well to see where the shots are coming from. As Snowix doubles down, doesn't seem like the member of ETSH has been able to get the off angle to secure much over on the other corner.
Oh, Kara now down to only 1 active player left, as Opposer will be eliminated by Solus. And Kara right now is the only team with the least amount of players. They are at the risk of being eliminated. Our GOAT Team, well, they'll be pretty chill in the middle of the circle. We can see them just, hanging around, jumping up and down, just trying to gather as much information as possible. But I don't think any other team will be a big threat to them for now.
Yeah, it's going to be a very chill moment for them for the meantime. As for ARCred, not too much though. Nade's now sent towards his direction, and he's absolutely flushed out. That boy. Wish he could actually do more, but Wash was just so much faster on that response. Twisted Minds now racks up 6 points as that ties in with the rest of ULF right now. And with ULF securing 6, I feel like they only need like maybe a couple more eliminations before they could actually get towards GOAT Team.
Yeah, they're currently at the 6 eliminations, but yeah, what you said, right? They need more. And it does help with the fact that the GOAT Team, they're still in the game, so they can continue to bring in whether elimination points or placement points later on. Speaking about placement points, finally, we see the first team eliminated.
Took quite a while, I would say. Meanwhile, GEEKAY Esports, so far, they've been doing such a magnificent job by just defending Yulin, and they've been able to just take down so many of these teams, cutting around the corners. As for MADBULLS, though, they're just sitting by the edge of the zone, needing to take out the rest of FALCONS. FALCONS also in hot waters right now, on that high ground. As much as they gave them a little bit of a benefit, now exiting it will be a tall task up against Wisher.
Spider-Man now, how is he going to get out of this sticky situation? All eyes on him, but they try to fight back against Team FALCONS. The snake could end it all, and looks like Redox knocked down as well. MADBULLS, they fight back. Now Team FALCONS Only one other active player within the smoke on the other side. As they try to approach him, one of the players gets taken down. And Team Falcons, they still try to hold on while the circle shifts. And now it still favors Gold Team.
Wow, that was such a bold call out there. And Team Falcons, they got their wings all clipped because they really had nowhere else to go. Meanwhile, the rest of ARCred, they're looking to farm these massive numbers with many of all these players traversing towards their direction. Meanwhile, more and more of all these bullets being expanded. And ARCred, very happy about this position because all these teams have to dart towards the direction. They're just gatekeeping everybody that tries to move their way. Ragnarok will take out the final member of PAPARA Supermassive. And this time, PAPARA Supermassive, they got themselves 6 points already from Rondo itself.
Wow, that's a significant improvement as compared to yesterday. It looks like they got warmed up with the lobby. Hopefully they'll be able to bring in more points in the upcoming matches. Now, zooming in onto BOARS Gaming. The last player needs to find a way to get into the circle with so many teams right in front of him. MADBULLS on the other end tries to take out the members of Twisted Mind, because they have to clear them off before they can get into the circle themselves.
Yeah, it is just so tough right now. 7 points for Twisted Minds. And I would say this has been a really good round for Twisted at the very least, before they start off in Erangel, where they gotta start battling up against Falcons again. So, that being said, we rally on, still 10 more teams. It really felt like we've already seen 100 battles already, as the action is just non-stop. Alright, they see a field of wolves on the other side of the corridor, as there's just nades coming from the seer, tossed towards the direction. It doesn't seem like it is good enough to connect. Meanwhile, Saving Grace arrives, but Scarface, he's locking onto his target. He might be able to find a double. Trying his best through the smoke. Unable to actually convert.
Well, the one that managed to convert is BOARS Gaming. The 5th elimination currently dominating. And Mr. Kivik looks like he is really holding on for the team right now. While Esports, now with 8 elimination points, looking to secure their next. With Solar seeing Nurzet right in front of him, sends a molly across. Is he able to get him? Not really though. Nurzet, oh, Solar's got Nurzet, so that's another point for, that took a while.
That's pretty huge though. And right now, Push's position is just so good to try to pick off all these players over the side of ARCred. And that's already 9 points. MADBULLS, they're trying to make up for lost cost yesterday. They had a lot of tough rounds. And this time, they want to make sure they land themselves a chicken dinner here in Rondo.
And the next circle is going to shift again. So far, everybody's in the circle. Nobody's left out. But with the circle shift, very likely we will see teams being left out for sure. Hard shift towards the north, and looks like MADBULLS gets the circle together with the final player of ARCred. GOAT, they're going to play the gatekeeping role against all those teams at the south from coming in.
And they're doing such a good job at that for the moment. MADBULLS, they have like, what, 30% of the northern terrain already. And it makes it even tougher for a team like ARCred. They're just trying to see if they can just find those kind of spaces. And even up till now, take a look at GOAT team. They still have all 4 players intact. They're not aggressing just yet. They're waiting for the right moment. That right moment might arrive in a short time. Emergency covers now being called from the side of MADBULLS as they take on the rest of ARCred.
And MADBULLS down the rampage right now. 10 elimination points. Oof, currently at 9. They only need 1 more to make it a 10 dominating. But right now, MADBULLS, they're looking for more elimination points. Potentially, they could take out R8 in their next batch of elimination points.
Might just be the case right now. Big shred over onto that vehicle. But the thing about Pusher is he's expending so much of his bullets, he's slowly running out. It's only down to the final few bonus clips. And once he does, what's he going to do by then? Because R8, they're not budging at all. In fact, they're the ones pushing towards the direction.
And R8, they are really taking this chill. But that's okay because you don't want to only focus on the OOF and another team comes in as a third party. That's totally understandable. But MADBULLS, now they're going to shift their attention towards a nuclear zone. And Go Team will also be part of this as well. So nuclear zone has to deal with two different teams at the same time.
And at least they do have the back being cleared up. So all they really have to focus on is the Go Team. But Go Team, they're happily to oblige to take on this fight as they pinned out one after another of these nuclear zone members. And now there's only a tiny little spot left. They will wipe them all off of the map. But it has been a tremendous ride for nuclear zone. They did manage to walk away with 5 points.
And now top 5 teams give it burned down by Scarface, and that's going to be another team eliminated. Oof, right now 10 elimination points on a rampage.
Just beautiful work being displayed from the MADBULLS, and right now we have 3 of the squads who are within the top 4, and of course R8 so far has been undeniable. As much as we saw so much effort coming in for the side of MADBULLS, somehow he found the extra stash of bullets to continue on the assault. Spider-Man also having hundreds of bullets left as they just unleash it upon those members of Go Team. Go Team, they conquered the south, while the rest of the MADBULLS, they dominate over the north. Does that mean that the rest of these squads on the edges might actually suffer a little bit? Because Stage 7's about to close in less than a minute right now. And before that closes up, they're pushing up against ULF Esports.
The one that might suffer are the teams in the south because they don't have the circle and they have to fight each other to get in. Not the easiest of tasks. Scarface gets rigged though on the elimination feed as a GOAT is one of the southern teams. Lemon will get one for himself as well. So far, if you were to look at which team has the best advantage, I would say it's probably going to be R8. But then again, MADBULLS, they're not going to go down without a fight. They're going to try to push R8 now.
Yeah, speaking of which, R8, they needed more spaces to work with, which is why they are calling in for more emergency cover to create at least a little bit more of a barricade for the moment. This long extended fight between them as well as Bulls seems to be a stalemate. None of these sides have been able to even secure any form of takedowns after, like, what, 5 full minutes of fight. And the fight continues still. Lemon now in very close proximity. I believe by now, they're running low on those turbos as well. 2 more frag grenades. That might actually change things. But there's still 5 more frags in the hands of Spider-Man. If he can just go a little closer, he might be able to do some heavy bombardment.
Well, Scarface doesn't need any bombardments. Let's get Twitch. Kraken goes down as well to Solus, but Spider-Man steals away that elimination point. Now we're still at 4 teams, but for Go Team, only 1 active player left. Joyagi fires back on the catch though. Solus right now, right in front of Joyagi. Joyagi, very low on health, will be eliminated. Now we're in our top 3.
And this allows MADBULLS a firm chance alongside with ULF Esports. And the fact of the matter is that Go Team, they didn't manage to get as many elimination points. This is the perfect time for them to strike as Pusher, he's had enough as he goes in to take out the entirety of R8 Esports.
Ooh, now looking good for MADBULLS since they have a full team against the 2 players of ULF left. And they seem to know where they are. At the same time, they managed to lock out ULF from getting into the circle. So now the pressure is onto ULF. Probably just a matter of time unless if ULF can come up with a big clutch, starting off with Scarface, switching over to an SLK. But now at the same time, he's burned down. And he will be knocked down onto the ground, leaving ULF with only 1 more player.
He did manage to at least put one down on the ground, but can Solus take this opportunity to strike? Doesn't seem like that could be the case, as MADBULLS, they triumph in this battle in Rondo, and they've got themselves more than 15 eliminations. What a round it's been, as the Bulls just absolutely tramples the entire lobby.
Oh, and just like their name, MADBULLS, they are definitely mad in this round, bringing in not only the chicken dinner, but like what you said, a good amount of eliminations at the same time. Now, whether will it be enough to overtake a GOAT team yet, it's still going to be kind of hard to tell because the fact that GOAT team, they ended their round at number 4, which is still pretty decent with a handful of eliminations. So they should still be able to be at the number 1 with the amount of gap that they had before this round started.
I think that might actually be challenged, though. Maybe not by MADBULLS, but actually by UF Esports, because when UF went down, they have like, what, 12 elimination points? They also secured themselves a 3rd place finish. That might actually be just about enough to either tie with the rest of GOAT team. But MADBULLS, this is just astounding. Like, with more than... I think like it's almost close to 30 points that they did manage to secure right here. You can see that Pusher, Lemon, they've dealt the bulk of the damage on top of Spider-Man as well as Talika to also offer 4 as well as tribulation points. I kind of lost count. I'll probably just wait for the producers to confirm the results later on.
Yeah, I guess, well, we'll just wait for the overall side because we also want to see like the other teams at the top as well, like how did they truly perform in this round. So those are some of the important numbers that we will keep an eye on as well. Other than that, it would be nice to see like who will be the MVP in this round. But of course, before we get on to that, the other teams to watch here, besides MADBULLS, UF Esports up here as part of the teams to watch. Same goes for R8 and even GOAT team up here too. So even though if GOAT team didn't score the chicken dinner, what they're good at is consistency. They're still able to survive and also tap away a few elimination points at the same time.
Yeah, overall, they just have done a tremendous effort where we saw R8 as well as MADBULLS. They were finding tooth and nail for that kind of position. And once they managed to settle the score, it's a massive 18 knockout round for MADBULLS. And you can also make comparison to one of the feistiest teams in the entire tournament, UF Esports. They did manage to also rack up 2.4k damage as well. So I would say that these two teams so far are really showing everything that they've got.
Yep, but of course, we also need to see like how much of that is converted into actual eliminations. Before we get on to that, of course, let's check out the MVP for this round. From MADBULLS itself, Spider-Man with 6 eliminations and 1,128 damage is your MVP of the match. And no surprises for me because he has been showing up a lot on screen, and whenever he shows up, he put in a good performance.
Yeah, you know, I'm just staring at his photo, and he does look a little bit like Peter Parker, if you ask me. It's not actually better looking, in essence. So, that being said, though, to also join alongside with him is his teammate Pusher to also be one of the top performers out there. And despite PAPARA Supermassive going out a little early, he did manage to secure 4 points by himself, and I do believe the total number for PAPARA Supermassive was 6 eliminations across the board.
So, yeah, and that is a significant improvement from them, right? Okay, we get a confirmation here. Yep, there
30.
You go.
Wow. 30 points.
Oh, almost double the amount of points of UF Esports at number 2. That is crazy. And I believe 20 eliminations is the highest so far that we've seen across even phase 1.
Yeah, this has been the biggest number so far. MADBULLS, when they win, they always win huge. Remember those rounds that they did manage to secure back in Erangel, 2 chicken dinners in a row? And now that they got this round in Rondo, does that actually tell you that MADBULLS might actually conquer the rest of the lobbies? We shall wait and see. As we saw 88 casualties in this map. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy because we only had 15 teams. 15 teams and there's already this many eliminations.
Yeah, that is a good point. It's not like we have like all 18, but they're still able to bring in 20. That is crazy. And because of that now, they are currently at number 3 with 184 points. So they are also behind GOAT team by 15. points. No, 25 points. Okay, 25 points. So that's still an okay gap. But between Gold Team and Wolf is only 8 points now. Now, historically, what has happened? When we start to see like, oh, okay, it's 8 points, it's a single digit gap, the next round Gold Team will perform. I don't know if it's going to happen again this time.
I have no clue whatsoever, but it was important for Gold Team to at least secure top 4 that round, because the bulk of that round was actually from placement points alone. Whereas you saw the 2 highest ranking team was like Wolf and also MADBULLS. And we've also seen some improvement coming from the side of Falcons, as now they've been able to push GEN.G down a spot. But that could easily be caught up because there's only 1 point of a difference. Meanwhile, GS, they slide down the list 2 spots, and now they're tied with Kara Esports.
Yeah, so the numbers here, well, we number 12 onwards are still a double digit, but you know, they are close to at least hitting the 100-point mark. We might see new teams included in the 100-point club after this round. But before we head on to our next match, we will, as usual, take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. See you guys after this break.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
And we're jumping straight into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, it's going to be Erangel. Second game here today in the Ruthless Regional Showdown. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. We're done with the recall feature. It's going to be straight back into the OG map. Let's go.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we don't really have to waffle around for all too much. And right now, we're already seeing a flight path that cuts through Sanoska military base. I want to see who will be considering the drop right into the space. Usually, that's going to be Team GS. And is there going to be anyone else to also hop off very early on? And this will go all the way towards the end of Zarky.
So that's a pretty balanced flight path, I must say. But flight path is one. I want to see in Pachinki. Are we going to see Twisted Mind versus Team Falcons again? Well, the record yesterday is that Team Falcons, they won all their encounters against the Twisted Mind. So let's see if anything will change here today.
Yeah, and so far, things have worked out very well for the side of Falcons. And back in Rondo, they were a little unfortunate on their rotation as well as they got caught off. So this time around, it's all about winning duels. Kara Esports, though, they're going to be taking the vicinity of farm. They will have themselves quite a number of vehicles to get by. And Lewis, he have been able to clutch 1 versus 4 yesterday. And it looks like we've already got a casualty on board. First blood goes over to Twisted Minds.
And Red Dogs eliminated. Now the man advantage is given towards Twisted Minds. Ooh, okay. This be a revenge moment. Now the Twisted Minds are still navigating around, but they have an idea where the players of Falcons are at. Sends a nade onto the second floor, does not connect enough to get a knock. And Freak, even though with a pistol, he's still very engaging.
Yeah, that's a Desert Eagle in hand. Could still do significant damage, but there's only 7 bullets. That's going to be the main concern right now. And of course, if he's going to go up against any form of AR or even SMG, he's a goner. But when it comes down to all these sticky situations, you got to make do with what you have. Hoping that Lord could also provide a little bit more assistance as he does have better firepower. But the problem is he's currently pulling by the edges. So Twisted Minds, they're playing this very, very tactically.
Yeah, I guess they're buying a little bit more time for players like Lord to be able to loot up significant weapons. He currently has a DBS, which is a very clutchable weapon. So I guess by the time that he's done looting up, they will push on onto Falcons and just finish up the job.
And for now, it's a little bit of a standstill. Falcons, they do know that they're on a deficit, so they're just holding the angles until the rest of Twisted Minds pushes through. And it's still not going to be a score to be settled just yet. If there's going to be any form of contact, I really want to see the one that's over onto the outskirts, Koa. I like to call him Coax, Koa 77. Kind of a tough name for me to pronounce, but Ralph, he's already on the rooftops, drawing exchange up against Ados.
Well, Ralph still wants to try to fight back by navigating around the rooftop. But his opponents are all inside the building, so he's not going to get a good view of where they are. But same goes for the players of Twisted Minds as well. They probably have an idea that Ralph is on the rooftop, but they don't really have a good clear view of where he is. So looks like this is going to be quite a stalemate, considering that the circle is also within Pachinki.
Yeah, seemingly so for now. But Twisted Minds, they're already on a little bit of a rally, but they just walk straight into the trap of Noah. And he will also bow out as Twisted Minds have arrived to the scene already. Just like that, Twisted Minds, they follow through. And there we go. The swing not quite enough for Wash. He goes down. And somehow, Twisted Minds are only left with 2.
And Twisted Minds, looks like the tides may turn. Right now, you need to be super duper careful as Falcons have them surrounded. Raul comes out, gets another player of Twisted Minds, and Break eliminated. Looks like Team Falcons, huge comeback for them. Twisted Minds eliminated.
It's pretty ridiculous on how well they've been able to defend the territory. And Twisted Minds, was it too early for them to push? I'm not quite sure, but it wasn't the cleanest of pushes that we've ever seen coming from the team. And that was absolutely costly.
Oh man, just when Twisted Mind, they have the early advantage, right? But they unfortunately failed to capitalize. I guess one of the reasons is that they kind of held too long. If they kept the pressure on the Team Falcons, then maybe they could have just won that fight.
Yeah, perhaps so. It's tough to actually tell. Meanwhile, more fights happening over on the outskirts. PAPARA Supermassive has a member taken down. This is still pretty salvageable, but they will have to close it in. And there we go. Get Lance Destroy. And that will be it. ETSH, one member down, but Lost also getting pinned back.
Okay, the rest of ETSH might rush in anytime soon now that they have the man advantage against PAPARA Supermassive. But they are going to prioritize on to saving their teammate Baby. But that means that will allow the players of PAPARA Supermassive to also reset at the same time. And we could be back at a stalemate between the two teams.
It seems like that's going to be the case. And for most part, the rest of ETSH now stranded in the middle open, needing to also find a little bit more of the cover. Somehow he managed to bail out. That's good news at the very least. But I still feel like there is still more to be done. And for the moment, Baby somehow walks off scot-free alongside with his other members. So yeah, that ambush wasn't exactly the best way to go about for the side of ETSH. But hey, it's a 2-for-2 exchange, or 2-for-0 at the very least. PAPARA Supermassive, they're still on the Hall of Points.
Yeah, that's right. Especially, this is considered a major improvement as compared to yesterday. Anyway, for Gen.G right now, Yusuf is down and will be eliminated by none other than Mr. Joyagi, Mr. MVP for Go Team. Go Team locks in their first elimination point, and it seems to be a one of those hit and run sort of movement by them. They got that elimination, they immediately leave, but Gen.G now will be chasing them down. But Go Team, they respond back. Satan will be eliminated by, again, Joyagi.
Oh boy. These fights all taking place by the edge of the fields of Gatka is looking rather dicey, if you ask me. And it will continuously be pretty much the same case. Whereas GOAT Team, they're happy to be able to get this high ground, get some convergence, and have already secured all these 3 points from this trap that they've laid out. So for now, coast is clear. They're going to be able to proceed forward. But the question here is, where do they actually hit from here on? Gen.G, only one member alive, and I'm just afraid that there's not much that, again, could actually do to even play aggressively.
Yeah, considering that we are still at 14 teams, so I guess he's going to try to hold on for play some points. It'll take quite a bit, but that's going to be the best that he can do for now. The good news again, is that, well, he's somewhere in the middle of the circle. The bad news is that he's surrounded by players of Kara and other incoming teams as well, including Goat Team and ARCred as well. So hopefully he can survive this one with the amount of teams around him.
Hopefully so. We'll see how that one plays out. Whereas R8, spectacular round that they've been able to really convert over onto the course of Rondo. And I do believe that R8 has got plenty to offer. And again, he did manage to take one member out from the side of Kara Esports, surprisingly so. I thought that he will be looking to play a lot safer, but hey, he's got plans of his own, and you know, he's got to do it all by himself. I believe that was only a knock, not really a full conversion. And GEN.G, somewhere in the middle of farm, will be eventually be spotted out by those members who Heath knocked out prior to that. As ARCred closes in the distance, I think that there's not going to be any form of a angle that they will be able to work out up against that member of GEN.G for now. So they can absolutely share the space. It's not too much of a concern for the time being.
Yeah, and plus they found their own compound around the farm area, so no big reason for them to really push their neighbors for now, unless if the circle shifts in a particular way that they have to, then, well, that will be a separate conversation. But for now, I guess they'll be pretty okay at where they are. As for GS, now with the high ground against these players from GOAT team, they see the smoke, but they don't really have a good clear shot of them yet. Even if they can shoot them, they will need to come down and follow up, which is quite a distance. We're going to check on MADBULLS instead, the team that scored the chicken dinner, and Spider-Man got a knock.
Ooh, quite a massive one up against PAPARA Supermassive as they're all hiding right behind. And there we go, a swing coming from the side of Spider-Man, but he's also spotting out the rest of the members. And just like that, MADBULLS, they just slowly dissected the rest of PAPARA Supermassive.
And MADBULLS so far 2 elimination points. They could be looking for more. Let's see what will they be deciding on. As Superman will lock in the elimination point out of loss. 3 elimination points so far for MADBULLS. And so far so good.
Yeah, overall, very clean attacks as well. You saw like the drive-by have been able to really dissect all these attention coming in from the side of PAPARA Supermassive, and now challenging up against the rest of the field. Nuclear Zone wondering if they should actually reposition right now, as the rest of the field is looking to at least secure a little bit more of that space. Nuclear Zone now expands their territory, whereas Kara already getting a couple attacks coming from afar. Oh boy. We see plenty of all these teams just by the shoreline, and Kara, we're having so many of all of these players just hugging by the edges. I haven't seen the minimap right now to see where exactly will the zone end up. But could this actually be an ending in the military base? I want to find out.
Ooh, we'll check that one later, because right now, GOAT, they're going to rush in onto Lewis. And that's Lewis eliminated. And GOAT team, they will take over this compound just like that. But they're not done yet. The other members of Kara on the other building. That will be the next focus of GOAT team. Sending nades onto the second floor, hoping to flush them out, but they are unshaken as of now.
Yep. Unshaken, unstirred. GOAT team now. Massive nades right through the window, and they find it. Oh, this could be a floodgates now open up, and the rest of GOAT, they waste no time. And the Secure coming in with the second toss. I believe that's the majority of them. 2 in a row, just like that.
And GOAT team, with a compound of their own, they can take their time to reset. Out of GEEKAY, they saw the commotion, but it doesn't seem like they're interested to come in as a third party. So it's more of just them gathering information, but they see a potential target from Ulf. Solus grabbed his vehicle, and lucky enough for him, he managed to get away before being knocked down out in the open.
Yeah, pretty lucky, I would say that. And the rest of GEEKAY now looks to take out some of the vehicles, and the rest of GEEKAY happy to be able to hold out in this position for the meantime as they continuously attack onto those members of what we saw to be the GOAT team. ARCred also holding on to farm for the moment. And looking at the current point of time, it really seems like the rest of the teams that are playing for the outskirts will not be able to at least hold on to compound, because it's already been taken out by so many of all these teams already.
All right, this is where I want to see stage 4. I wonder where it is. Okay. Based on the mini map, we have a bit of a clue that the circle could be on the right side bridge now. could be centered around farm or centered around the bridge itself. So that's the kind of vibes that I'm getting from the minimap. Anyway, the vibes that I'm getting from R8 right now is they're in the vibe to maybe take this fight against Ulf.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. From the minimap, it's still telling us that, yep, maybe some small little portion of Nova Rapnoe is being covered. So a lot of these teams have to resort to moving into the grounds of Milta itself. And it is going to be a tough fight to even get their MADBULLS right now, getting the final shutdown onto that Gen.G member who's hunting out for a very long time and now looks to recommit up against the rest of GEEKAY. And 2 tags! Not quite enough from the side pusher to get that full knock.
And MADBULLS are trying to go down to GEEKAY. But no clear shot. That's okay. They're still on the inner side, so they can play the gatekeeping role against Ulf as well. So MADBULLS right now, all they need to do is just play is a little bit more patient. Just wait for the circle to force some teams to come towards them, and maybe they can gain more elimination points from there.
Yeah, that might just be the case. Meanwhile, MADBULLS, only a couple of members suffered some heavy damage for the moment. And for the rest of Ulf Esports, it seems like they have no other option but to go prone right out in the open. But this could very well be a trap because they would definitely suspect that R8 eventually might need to move towards the side of Milta as they lay out yet another trap. So I want to see how that one eventually plays out for the entirety of Ulf. Meanwhile, BOARS holding the most valuable compound. I'm surprised that there's no team that rushed upon them just yet. BOARS even resorted to hide inside the dumpster for the meantime, while Nuclear Zone, just by the edge of the middle of the city, has such a great vantage point to actually look upon to the rest of the field as well. And this is just going to be a very tough space to even play. And now Blue Zone's already closing through. Where will it end up?
Well, where will Marv end up? Because the zone is putting pressure onto him. Hopefully he'll be able to get into the circle, but no vehicle. Joyagi will get him. Again and again, Joyagi. Interesting. Joyagi has been showing up in the elimination feed fairly actively, but he only has 1 elimination point. Make that 2 elimination points for himself so far.
Yeah. See, it's been pretty decent for the time being. Whereas Falcons are now boxed inside of that shack. GEEKAY, despite all of their efforts, they haven't really found a point just yet. They're just trying their level best to defend, and the rest of GOAT, they're pushing all the way from the back. Oh, they gotta get themselves ready for this one. Do they have those grenades prepared? Doesn't seem like that's gonna be the case. It's just gonna be a little bit of a drive-by. And is it going to be good enough for them to hold out? Okay, seems like the coast is clear, but for the moment, it really seemed like all these teams, they're not exactly giving any form of a space just yet, so they're still trying to hold on to where they're at. No further commitments, as everyone's taking their sweet time for now.
And now we're going to see a fight here. The Nuclear Zone, and I believe it could be BOARS. Okay. Oh, okay, because the map took a bit of time to kind of update itself, that's why. Alright, now it makes sense. Okay, now they are in a fight against BOARS, and Abudi now seems to be the final active player for Nuclear Zone. Gets a pull off a 1v2 clutch here, but at the same time, GS wants a piece of this action.
GS now gets the glimpse, and they will be able to strike down 1 member per side of Nuclear Zone. 1 round out in the open, and this is just great chance for GOAT to capitalize up against that member of R8. And it's been 10 points already. And remember what you said? If they fall early in the previous round, they always come back twice as strong. And this time, make that 3 times more than what they've been able to bargain for back in Rondo.
Oh, well, the round is not over yet, though, so I guess I'll kind of hold my horses on that, continuing that statement. But yeah, I mean, can't deny at this point, it does look like, based on their position, they're in a pretty solid state. But we'll see what happens here. We still have 8 teams to go on this map. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 8 teams, half of them is by the bridge. That is how interesting this could be, especially if the circle goes away from them at stage 6. 4 of these teams will need to tussle each other to get in the circle by then.
Yeah, it is going to be a very tight squeeze. Overall, in this farm area, there's just a lot of flat grounds as well. So it is going to be a very, very difficult place for them to even consider playing it out. And we'll have to see by then who will be able to make the cut over onto the Final Four. As for the moment, it really seemed like it hasn't been all too much of a hassle for some of the squads to be able to just keep themselves afloat just by securing some of these compounds. BOARS definitely not looking to budge, but those grenades coming from the side of GS might stir them up for a little bit. Okay, we'll see. Nah, not quite connecting.
Okay. Not yet, but at the same time, the circle actually favors this area. So if they want to continue to have a standoff, then, well, technically they can. Because stage 6 circle is still theirs. I wonder how the other teams on the left side, I believe some of them that are on the outside of the circle could be teams like GEEKAY perhaps, that could still be outside.
Yep, and for most part, they're just going to be making sure that they will be able to cap some players off as well by holding over onto the rooftops. And it seems like GS, they do have the hovercraft for them to also get themselves pretty much anywhere they want to be and have plenty of options to go by. And now BOARS, they're already prepped themselves up for the worst case scenario, but the rest of GS says, we want your compound and we're not going to be moving until you guys tap out. So BOARS, can they take them out as they're currently being outnumbered?
Well, this ARCred decided to make that move, going up against a Go team, and GEEKAY as well had a part of this fight. Go team just trying to recover, while we have a hovercraft that just arrived, and that's a player from GS. And the rest of Force Gaming coming in to try to defend their compound from the incoming intruders. They have to win this fight. They push them onto the outside, and also on the other building. Pubg will need to reload. They switches over to an M4. If only he had bullets still on his DBS, it could be a way different story.
Oh yeah, it could have actually been the case. And right now, Coolbird trying to actually hold firm. They're absolutely blindsided with all these smokes being popped right in, and the Molotovs are also sent right through the space. Not quite hitting the mark. Somehow BOARS, they're holding on firmly. And the rest of GS, they're slowly being weirded down, but the grenade does connect finally. Nicely
done by Jafar. It's time for him to go in to sniff out the remaining members, but never mind about that because his teammate Esso took out the final player of BOARS. Now officially, we're in our top 5.
Here we go. After a long, grueling fight, we're finally moving into the late stage where there's just not too much of the area to play out over the south, which is why everyone's currently locked into the center. And there's still some little area of water over on the south side that GOAT doesn't really have to be all too concerned about. The rest of GOAT team, they are not too far off the center at the very least. So even if it closes into stage 7, they should be on board. But I want to really take a look at the rest of GS. Will they still have that leeway to work things around?
Okay, I guess the next movement will be also be determined by the circle. There you go. So only one team, no circle at all, and that's going to be GEEKAY. Well, for the other three teams, well, I guess it's still going to be status quo for them. Unless GEEKAY has something to say about that. I wonder, are they going to take the southern side approach in? But I guess not. Very likely they will focus on the north to come in. And if they do, then there's a chance that they might meet with the two players of Falcons.
Yeah, that could potentially be the case. Meanwhile, GOAT, all they really have to do is to hold still for now. Should be able to spot the rest of GEEKAY from those kind of angles. And GS is already working on it as well. So GEEKAY, they're kind of sandwiched in between, and one member ran out in the open towards the direction of the Falcon member. He's hoping to at least secure this point, but it seems like that's as far as he can go.
Yeah, and no vehicles, I guess. Nothing much he can do. Okay, his other teammates do have vehicles though, and now they're making their own move to get into the circle. So far, so good. They found a spot that GS won't have a direct crosshair onto them.
Huh. Meanwhile, GS, as much as they do have the smokes being prepped up, somehow the shots did connect towards the rooftop. And oh boy, it is going to be a very daunting task from here on out. Somehow Falcons have been holding for so long by the corner, but the grenades, they're being tossed right in. How long more can Koa 77K actually hold on? It's been 3 lobs so far, and GEEKAY doesn't find it.
Oh man, yeah. Same goes for Koa as well. Like, the best you could do is to try to lob nades into the smoke, but GEEKAY, the players are not there at all. So all those utilities expanded by, especially Koa, now gone out the window.
Yeah, all laid to waste, unfortunately. And now GEEKAY, at least they do have some of all these wiggle room to ensure that they will dominate the western terrains. But there is going to be an exchange. That grenade now lobbed back at them. And the rest of GS, they're just here to see if they could actually trade up against GEEKAY. They had eyes on them for a very long time. But it doesn't seem like there has been much level of commitment coming in from either side of the party. What I do like about GS's position is that it's slightly elevated, so they do get to actually have a say on who's going to be able to at least crawl around over onto the south.
Oh, here comes the spray by Jafar. It did connect, but not enough to get a knock yet. I guess the Contra will need to wait for stage number 9 before these teams truly make moves, because right now it's all about like information gathering, just trying to give warning shots, and that has been happening for at least 2 stages now.
Yeah, it feels like ages if you ask me. Like, in most instances, I would say like the game should have already been wrapped up like long time ago, but that goes to show that they are very well versed onto playing very defensively as well. And now we want to see the offense come true. As for Falcons, kudos to the final member. He held down for long enough in order to make this deep run into the top 5s. And GEEKAY, as much as it's been only 2 points, just seeing how impressively they've been able to at least hold firm for the most part has now brought them into a very tiny little corner shack, and this is not the space to go up against GOAT team.
Well, Vic is still pretty pressured by tapping away, and here comes the nades. This nade could land it. Okay, another nade, and now it's a matter of time. Who will get it? It's going to be Joyagi getting a knock onto Kevin. Saf G as well, eliminated. Ragnarok knocked down by that one nade from Joyagi.
This is just so difficult as the rest of GS. They do have all the advantages over on the high ground, and GOAT team, they're being piled with the pressure of the blue zone. There's barely enough space. GEEKAY somehow survived the onslaught because GS was the one to strike down members of GOAT team.
Well. Three-way war now for the chicken dinner. As Kraken now launches the nade onto Jafar. Jafar not connected at all. Icon. Oh, he could backstab Kraken. He's just right behind Kraken now. Kraken behind the wall. Kraken stands up. Icon doing the same as well. Icon shows up. And that's going to be Icon getting the elimination. He fights back right now against GEEKAY. GEEKAY pinned down to a corner on the other side. But Icon, he needs his teammate Esto together with him. Esto, he doesn't have the time to pick up his teammate, but he will go in and eliminate Nerzat. One more to go. It's going to be a 2v1. They should be able to do it. GS brings back chicken dinner number 2.
Kudos to GS. You can see how well they actually played through all of these advantages, and finally they've been rewarded. That was such a hard-fought victory, and my mind, it was just so amazing to watch how they've been able to accomplish that.
Oh yeah, I mean it was a slow burn, but it was a tactical move by them. They had enough information. They know exactly where to shoot. But before we break down further on the game earlier, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Wow, that was one heck of a round coming in from GS as they've been able to close it out towards the tail end up against some of the finalists out there. And, you know, it took a long while for them to settle scores as that Milton territory was so hard for these teams to play it out. But hey, I'm glad that they've been able to really haul in massive points as they are currently in the running to also chase for that #1 spot as well. GS, they've been able to secure themselves a total of 8 elimination points in that span round, and that brings it to a total of 18 points for them to stash away.
And I believe this could be the first chicken dinner for GS. We need to reconfirm that later on when we look at the overall stats. But yeah, GS, with this chicken dinner, it should put them at least on page #1. But we'll need to look at the overall scores later as well. And what I'm also interested to see is that any other team able to overtake a GOAT team at the top of the chart, because the gap between the #1 and #2 before we went on to this round, it was only about 8 points. So it's very doable for a team to catch a GOAT team.
Indeed it is, and for most part, GOAT, they have been able to really hold certain deep positions as well, but they once again have been able to reach pretty much the top 5 of the standings. So they did their due diligence to maintain the order. So right now, the teams to watch is still going to be GOAT as well as GEEKAY also joining the mix as well.
The fact that GOAT team, they are placed on top of everyone else in the teams to watch, that means they gathered the most points. So our theory still applies their contra, when Gold Team is at the brink of being caught by another team, like a single digit, all of a sudden they perform. And they seem to be able to gain the most points this round.
Yeah, and overall, there's also GEEKAY that actually showed us a very firm defense for most part. They do heavy number of damage, but haven't really found too much of that kind of conversion into massive points. And take a look at that. Joe Yagi has been the MVP of the match as he hauled in 9 points by himself.
Wow.
9.
Wow. I think
incredible.
Individually, this could be the most amount of eliminations so far that we have seen in the Ruthless Regional Showdown across Phase 1 and Phase 2 so far. And Joyagi, no stranger to the MVP chart. He was the daily MVP before during Phase number 1. And with this kind of performance again, I mean, I know it's only like 2 rounds in, but if he can continue on, I wouldn't be surprised if he takes back his own number 1 spot as the top MVP.
Yeah, I am pretty sure that he should be securing that number 1 spot just by these 9 elims alone. So that's it though. GOAT Team, we were wondering how many points did they manage to accumulate. That's a total 21 with 16 eliminations on top of those 5 placement points that they managed to also acquire. So great work for them, and now the gap has been widened yet again. MADBULLS, they were on their tails alongside with all the other teams as well, but now GOAT Team just makes it so much harder to reach once again.
Yep. Again, they create back the double-digit gap. We'll look at exactly how many points that is later on. Before that, not only Joyagi is the top eliminator, the MVP, but he's also the longest elimination distance record holder for this round, 343. Not the most important of stats, but it's always nice to have your picture up there.
Yeah, and more importantly, he's been fragging everybody out of his mind right now. And take a look at that. Initially, it was like, what, 8 points separating them as well as Esports. And because of this round, it's 21 points, and only walked away with 1 point, unfortunately. So that gap right now has been widened to 28 points.
28 points. That's definitely worth more than a round, or bare minimum like a very good round. Page number 2 though. Looks like a Regnum Karya and Inner Circle, they are not playing today, or at least for the first 2 rounds. Hopefully we get to see them again later. But for the other teams there, PAPARA Supermassive, 6 points. Again, significant improvement. The 2 rounds that they have played here today, they have surpassed the total amount of points that they have collected yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it can only get better from here onwards, and that really shows that the Turkish teams absolutely come with plenty of quality. And of course, PAPARA Supermassive have been a household name in their respective scene. So we'll have to see what match 8 brings to the table. Last we saw, Twisted Minds, they had another loss up against Falcons inside of Pubg. And this time, is it going to be a payback? We'll have to find out when we go into the full once more. So GS, they played this one to perfection. And I think that, to your question, is this GS's first ever chicken dinner? I don't think so. I think I've got a gut feeling that they did match win out some of the rounds back in Phase 1 or even yesterday in Phase 2. Can't really recall.
Okay, maybe that's because like most of the chicken dinners were won by the top teams, so that's why. Yeah, but anyway, great work for GS. Let's see if they can continue on their momentum, because we're gonna head into our second Erangel match of today, aka game number 3. Here we go.
And this time we're still getting a little bit of a view coming in from the southern side of the island, but the direction will flow towards Milta Power instead. So it is very much heavily leaning towards the eastern corner of the map. So you would definitely see a lot of all these teams to be considering areas like Snap, Pollyanna to maybe share some of these locations. Prison Grounds will also be absolutely playable if teams want to be mainly in the peninsula. So we'll have to, of course, check over on the stats. Overall, Scarface still remains as the player with the most eliminations thus far, and Joyagi's 9-pointer puts him very close in the top 2 right now.
Wow, just one round of a 9-point haul, and we start to see Joyagi rising up to the occasion again. Well, good work, and because of that goal, they created a huge gap again at the top. Now, coming into this flight path, we're back into the Pachinki fight debate. Who's going to win between Twisted Minds and also Team Falcons? And so far, even as of the Erangel round before this, it is still Team Falcons.
And Team Falcons so far have definitely solidified their stance already that they won't ever be easily pushed over by the likes of Twisted Minds. So now the battle begins, and this circle is already showing us that it will be over onto the mid sector as well as the northern portion of the map. So you gotta be absolutely quick about this, as we're already seeing Twisted Minds falling flat, and Falcons gets a double.
Ooh, again, Team Falcons have the advantage, but they have not won the fight yet. And Freak cooking up this nade. Not able to send it past the window. That's a bit of a wasted nade there, if you ask me.
Yeah, rather unfortunate, I would say. And it will definitely take a while before we actually see them once again lock horns. Just like how they did before, they usually re-strat halfway through. And now Rauf has got the god angles coming in from the rooftop. So this should work out so long as they don't fumble it. As he quickly reposition over onto the corner. Rauf now just double checking if everyone's hiding by the ditch, but none to be found. So he'll be able to at least get a lot closer towards the other side.
And looks like it's back to a stalemate here inside of Pachinki. Well, yes, stage 1 circle still favors Pachinki, so they can kind of take their time, but the longer they wait, it will give the advantage to the other teams in terms of rotation and also getting into prime positions, while they're still stuck here inside of Pachinki with each other. Twisted Minds, they don't really look like they are going to exit. So they might continue to stay here and just try to take this fight against Team Falcons.
Potentially so. Meanwhile, the rest of Twisted Minds, they're definitely vying for whatever options that they do have. The stick grenade will not connect onto any of these members. At the very least, they did manage to get in one pickup. So all hope is not lost just yet. And remember last round, it was a very close call. Twisted Minds decided to push when they do have the advantage, but it didn't pay out the way that they wanted it to be. And now, being very respectful, you know, if this is SEA, this fight will be over in 5 seconds. Because they'll just rush in. They don't care if they will fall. But such is the case between some of the finalists across Europe as well as MENA. They gotta take things in the precise measure.
Yeah, it's a very different kind of play style, if you ask me as well. And one reason why they want to just make it quick, right? It's because, like, okay, we want to just make it quick, and then we exit. We take prime positions in the circle where we can benefit further. But this time, the strategy seems to be very different for at least these two teams. So, not too sure what's on top of their mind at this moment. But what will be interesting is that although I think that it's a very unlikely thing to happen, is that another team comes in, third parties, and just disrupt the silence in Pachinki.
Well, that would have actually been funny. I mean, none of these teams get to win then, perhaps. So, I mean, that could be the case. I mean, they don't really have to fully commit. All they have to do is spectate with popcorn in hand by the end, maybe wait 5 more minutes until they settle. Like, okay, they're done. Let us step right in. That might actually be happening. We have no clue whatsoever. But for now, we're happy to just sit back, relax, and see what do they cook up a storm. MADBULLS have the entire territory of Rozhok, and I would say that this is a really good spot for them to also hold out if they don't want to journey their way up towards shooting range or even Severny. But yes, they wasted no time. They're already planted somewhere in between those areas that I mentioned. Oh wait, this is still the south side. Yeah, I forgot. They were coming in from military base, so it's impossible that they get there so quickly. But hey, we hope that they do make it into some really good spots though. I mean, GS, they played tremendously well in that last round to score themselves a chicken dinner, despite not being able to best some of the likes of GOAT team, who still triumphs and stays at that #1 spot.
Well, oof, they are pulling the trigger onto GEN.G, but GEN.G is just way too far. So I guess that's more of like just giving out warning shots than actually something serious. But speaking of something serious, the fighting setup on GEEKAY continues on. Falcons and Twisted Minds, looks like based on the elimination feed, they traded with each other.
Yeah, seemingly the case for now. And there we go, Molotov connecting. Oh, that burns down that member of Twisted Minds. And Falcons, they once again come up ahead. Still a clean streak. Core 7-7 drop down low. And now it's only going to be Freak left. And once more, the Falcons will expand their wings, claiming yet another victory in their hands.
And this time it's a clean one for them. Did not lose any players at all. We shift forward to Ulf. And here we go. Beautiful jump shot by GS. As GS, they fight back. It's only Aaron left now for Ulf Esports, the final player, Mr. MVP. Can he pull off an MVP performance here? Nate does not connect, but it will alert his opponents that he is around the corner. Now, Icon shows himself, but Icon takes a lot of damage. From that kind of distance, using an S12K, not the most efficient kind of weapon. It could probably be better if you can use the AUG, but yeah, he is the pro, so he definitely knows what he's doing. And it looks like it became more of a distraction, and his other teammates followed up, and they became the king of the lighthouse.
Yeah, this was a convincing fight so far for them. Meanwhile, Kara on the other side of the bridge, still settling the scores up against the rest of GEEKAY. Poser has got the Overwatch spot, and it's going to be Nurzet who's going to be taking this fight head on. Going across the corner to find more of these members as he spots out Pose's position. Look at how sharp they are. I mean, SAPG is going to already finding the position. And since this is just stage 2, they're happy to tank it out, using only bandages for them to keep themselves afloat. But you don't want to take this to stage 3. It's going to be very dangerous for them to stay put.
Well, in a few more seconds, the zone will start to close, and in about 2 more minutes, they'll be in stage number 3. And I believe by that time, like what you said, right, it's going to be a lose-lose situation for both sides. So I don't know how long more are they willing to tank the blue and be at this bridge.
For as long as they could run until one of the teams tap out. Just not looking all too good on either side of the party right now. A stalemate will only mean that none of these teams actually win out. And seemingly, it might actually boil down to a 1v1 fight. Nurzet now dropping very low. He does top the grenade. Not quite connecting perfectly. Kara. Not looking to trade back. Nurzet already runs out of health. I believe that he's gonna be falling flat. And now it's back towards Kevin. Kevin, can he find the angle? That's the opportunity! And there we go.
Okay. 15 more seconds though before we move on to stage number 3. This is the time where I will start to look at their healing utilities. Like Poser only has 1 first aid, 5 bandages. That's not going to be enough, especially when they need to travel all the way to somewhere north just to get into the circle.
Yeah, it's a really the wrong journey. And I'm not quite sure what to make out of this current ordeal. I really feel like it's not gonna benefit either side of the party. But hey, they want to commit. So it should still be pretty much some points to be gained from either side of the party. Meanwhile, take a look at how far they need to go. I don't think they have enough resources even if they win the fight.
Yeah, I kind of doubt so as well. Now we're officially in stage number 3. Healing utilities, like what you mentioned. Okay, G, 1 first aid, 10 bandages. Kevin, nothing much. He's relying on his stamina now. Lewis, 1 first aid, 4 bandages, no vehicle. It's very likely to be a lose-lose situation, Contra.
Yep, there's no other way to sugarcoat it. So we're gonna be looking at this holdout that really took far too long. ARCred though? Wait, he just naded himself. Caught in 4K as well. That is gonna be a big blunder because right now ARCred, they're also slowly losing the fight because of that blunder.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very costly one. And because of that, their teammates are now being taken out one by one. That includes ArcBoy. I wonder are they still in the game? Okay, MADBULLS this time eliminated at number 13. And we're back on the right side. Bridge is still not over yet, Contra. But I think this is going to be Lewis's last ditch.
Yep. Final stand. The grenade finally lands. And how many minutes did it took? Stage 3. Could you go and calculate each stage? Like, how long does it actually last for? It's like, I swear it's been 10 minutes that they've been fighting.
Dude, I finished watching Lord of the Rings waiting for them.
That's 3 hours. A little overkill. Actually, 9 hours if you include all 3 movies, right? So
there you go.
Yeah, that just okay. I felt like I've just turned another year older.
Yeah, and the unfortunate situation is that you spend that much time, but the return is like
Marginal. Just
marginal, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well,
yeah. I mean,
at least that's sorted.
Yep. At least that's sorted. I mean, that took a while. But because of after all that, now if we look at the overall, the teams below GOATs, they have been eliminated. So now GOATs, they have the chance to again pull away at the overall chart.
Yeah. And more importantly, this was a massive win for Geek at the very least. So as much as we talk about that marginal win, they are now finding this an opportunity to overtake other teams. So perhaps there is something to prove with these 2 members still intact. And take a look at this update. It's a split between the river right now. PAPARA Supermassive, they got themselves the only compound up north.
That is a interesting circle. It's very challenging because of that split. And because there's a river in between, so the playable land is kind of cut out there. It's going to be interesting. I believe we're going to see more fights because of this kind of circle. If teams still continue to hold, then by the time we reach maybe stage 5 or 6, where the circle is really small, and if it still has this river, then teams won't have space to play, so they have to take fights to dominate a certain space.
Yeah, that very likely won't happen. Like I said, it is going to be a tough squeeze, and at the very least, it won't be like last round where, you know, it's been a long stalemate with like, what, 8 teams who's just hugging by each other's corner and unwilling to fully commit. At least from what is being shown to us right now, that very likely than not, we're going to be seeing more battles taking place, such as the ones right now. ETSH looking to clip off some of the members of Nuclear Zone. Nuclear Zone has already lost one, but baby, he's going to be going for a little bit of the cover right behind the building. Thankfully, he makes his way across because those bullets were looking rather dangerous.
Oh, yeah, especially with now the vehicle smoking up. But Nuclear Zone, they are pretty split up. One player is all the way up north, so not sure why he's not able to follow away the teammate. But anyway, Aprino now driving into the compound, currently being helped by the players of Papa. Aprino dances around, he's down to 40% of health. He tries to fight back, but he does not have enough health to continue to tank.
It's just so tough. And we talked about PAPARA Supermassive having the only compound, and now they're also getting rushed upon by those members of the side of R8. However, if they do get themselves the stash of loots coming from the loot crate, they might be supplemented very well to really continue on with this pursuit. To get the other application, the grenade out of nowhere! Oh, Solus, that was perfect.
Into the face. Gen.G knocked down immediately. And now they will force R8's hand to save their teammate. Anyway, while all that was happening, Nuclear Zone just got eliminated at number 11 with no elimination points at all. We are now in the top 10.
This time it's a lot quicker than I thought. By stage 4, we have about at least 6 or so teams to be taken off the list. Meanwhile, the rest of R8, they did manage to get one back, and now they're tossing those grenades right into the smoke. R8 did manage to actually get those revives being done, and now PAPARA Supermassive, because they were split apart, they will now be rushed upon by the 2 members coming from the side of R8, and this does not look good because there's no helping given by the rest of PAPARA Supermassive.
And a circle update, people. No longer inside of Rosa, we have 3 teams there at the moment. They have to find a way to get into the northern side. R8, on the other hand, they're going to come in on the left side, but they should be able to hold their ground. They are in the circle, so they're not really in a hurry for now.
Not too concerning just yet. Just about enough space to wiggle with. Meanwhile, R8, they will now reclaim this entire sector. Gotta also see on the other side on how PAPARA Supermassive will be able to perhaps find a little bit more of these angles. But for now, I guess that they're just gonna be giving some of that space. Alright, now claims that loot crate and gets themselves amped up. 6 points already gained from side of R8.
Wow. 6 already for R8. Okay, and with the fact that they are still a full team, they still stand a chance to bring in more elimination points. Anyway, Gold also still a full team with 4 elimination points right now after taking out Baby from ETSH. And now they are scouting for their next target. R8, the team that's currently leading the chart in terms of eliminations now, they put their focus onto ETSH, or if they are ambitious enough, they might seize down this compound and just take it over.
Yeah, it seems like they definitely are looking forward to the show. R8 not leaving anything to chance, as they're just swarming right through the compounds as Gold still goes on a spree. My goodness, already 5. And I'm just looking forward to see what else could they possibly do towards the rest of the field. There's just so many of all these spaces now that they need to actually clear up, and just like that, PAPARA Supermassive, they got rushed upon, and the rest of R8 have been able to puncture right through.
Oh well. Though 5 eliminations scored by PAPARA Supermassive and 1 placement points, well, I guess another 6-point round for them. It's okay, I guess. But if they want to have some significant amount of result, they have to push on further. Anyway, the team that cannot push further is going to be ETSH. They just got eliminated by, well, none other than Gold Team.
Goat team, they're just so precise on those measures of pushes. And right now, it has the high ground advantage, and they're racing to secure themselves a great spot up the hill. And perhaps this is going to be the point where they will gain themselves that 10-point lead up against the rest of the field.
Okay, but let's see if the circle will favor them in their journey to do so. Looks like it'll be pulled down south. So the 2 players of Team Falcons in it, Kevin from GEEKAY in as well. And we're starting to see R8 getting into the circle. So it's going to be quite a tussle at the northern side on who's going to get their own space within the circle itself.
And for now, that's a long toss towards ARCred. R8 sends it down to a 1v1 goal, but he overshot it, and that is to his own demise. Derm goes in for the heavy punish. One member is not enough to take out ARCred. You do not disrespect Derm like that. Meanwhile, Muri now takes over. Somehow the car covers him just about enough. And this time, double jump shot will definitely secure it.
Yeah, I mean, if he is still awake after those shots, then, well, something is missing. But anyway, that's not going to be the case. The case right now is we are down to top 5 teams with Kevin surprising Raouf. Raouf totally didn't expect somebody to be below this bridge.
And wow, surprise, surprise. This time in the top 5, you can see that everyone's going in for a brawl. This time, this is the fight that we won't want to see. R8 versus GOAT. The teams with the most amount of eliminations taking each other on. And GOAT! Oh, they shut out 2 of these members. And now R8 is only left with 1.
After an interesting run, now only 1 player left. 12 eliminations so far for R8. Let's say hello to the blue. You will be forced to move forward. Bori, 10% of health, still alive somehow.
How on earth is he still surviving? He's also by the edge of the blue. And the rest of Falcons, they are holding firm just by the edge. And here comes last stand effort coming in from the side of Navallo. As he's going to take this fight up against Amuri, and he tries to trace it all the way down below. One more bullet will do the trick. Oh, quite close. Can he get it? The grenades drop right in, and it's going to be secured by Gold instead.
That's R8 now, eliminated at number 5, but they bring back home 12 elimination points. That is a lot, especially for a number 5 spot. Now top 4 teams, GS, Go Team, GEEKAY, and Team Falcons for the next chicken dinner here tonight, and everybody have their own corner.
This time, it is going to be a very tough circumstance for those individuals who are on a solo mission. So realistically, this fight is actually between GS as well as Go Team, both having 3 members to fight it up till the very tail end of it. So we'll have to see. Does this play out to perfection for GOAT to land themselves a back-to-back win? Or GS, actually. It was GS that secured last round's win.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was GS. Yeah, but I can totally understand, right? Because GOAT has had this performance where they had the most points in total. So yeah, naturally that kind of sticks around. But if we look at the circles, though, stage 7, we still have that river in between. That is insane.
I did not expect that to actually play out this way. Usually by, stage 7, all the water is eliminated. So I think it just further confirms it, right? That it will still end up over on the top side of the hill. And now, 1v1 duel, GEEKAY versus Falcons. This is going to be pretty interesting. And we'll see. Does this actually get any advantage for the side of Navallo? Because he's on the deeper area. He could actually play to zone out those players.
I guess the one that could be zoned out after this. Is it going to be GOAT? Yeah. But then again, GOAT, they do have this interesting coordination and firepower that even though they're being zoned out right now, rest assured, they know how to get into the circle.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. So, absolutely no pressure upon them for the moment. Whereas, look at the rest of the playing field as well. GS, they might start to lose out on some space, which is why they're currently looking to reposition as the rest of GOAT. They got about 50% of the map. So, it's kind of tough for some of these guys to really get much more out of that situation. And seemingly enough, the rest of Falcons, the individual member, is going up against Twix at this point in time. So it's just lops and lops of grenade, but GOAT, they're not too concerned, let's be honest here. They're just gonna allow him to toss out whatever he has in the tank, and by the time he's done, they could just absolutely refrag.
Well, speaking about done, do you think it will be done at stage 8, or again, are we going to see stage 9?
Let's call it a 9. I mean, look at the tempo that they've been playing. Yep, I won't be too surprised.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I mean, we're still counting down to the stage 8 circle to close, but look at the trend and even how they're playing this round so far. Yeah, definitely we're going to see stage 9 for sure. And now the countdown is happening. So 55 more seconds, and whatever that we said earlier on will come true.
Yep, and just biding some time right now. It seems like the rest of the members of GOAT, they're just zoning out the two individuals. I kind of feel bad for them because right now they're running out of space to play. And this is, of course, what happens when you go all the way down to stage 9. And it's all about making sure that they do secure whatever's necessary. And for now, it is just too daunting, but at least a top 4 finish for the side of Falcons as the rest of GOAT. They have a little bit of defensive cover, and the rest of GS, they're just going to slowly seek out the rest of GOAT because they're on the low ground.
Okay. Go team. It's a 2v1 right now. But then again, they're going up against the high ground. Oh, they spot him. There you go. And Go team locks in the chicken dinner. From having the most eliminations, most points collected without the chicken dinner. This time, they bring in the chicken dinner again, further solidifying their spot at the throne.
They are just invincible, untouchable from this point onwards. A chicken dinner in the back, and the rest of the top 4, they crashed out a little tad too early as well. So that is no good news for the rest because they probably will extend this gap to a 50-point round, perhaps. So I don't even know if there's enough matches for the rest of these other teams to even play catch-up.
Ooh, I mean, plus with the level of consistency that Go team has, I don't know, man. I don't know. Because like number 2 onwards, they have been like swapping places or in general inconsistent. While Go team, they're just consistent all the way. So at this point, if like the teams don't really step up the gas, I guess like what you said, like relevant to what you said as well. the last few matches of tomorrow, because tomorrow is the last day, might not be too relevant for us to decide on which team is going to be the champion.
Yeah, I feel like right now you could just straight up give it to Go Team. They've proven just about enough, to be honest. I mean, this ratio of top 4 finishes, including the amount of chicken dinners that they've gotten, and you take a look at the damage numbers, it's just insane of what they've been able to accomplish so far.
Oh man, Go Team. I wonder, is it going to be GEEKAY again as the MVP? I mean, he did show up a good amount of times on screen, so there could be a good chance that he might be the MVP. Now, besides the Go Team, R8 made it into our teams to watch list, followed by GEEKAY Esports, and the team that just scored a chicken dinner earlier, GS, up here as well. So I guess we can also consider that GS has probably found the level of consistency that they have been looking for.
Indeed, and I gotta say that also includes GEEKAY as well, on how they've been able to still somehow survive through that battle by the bridges. And now we're comparing both the GOATs as well as GS for the amount of damage that they've been able to dish out throughout the round. GS, they've been consistent, like you said. I definitely think that they are potentially within the grasp of top 5.
Yeah, there's a big potential there. That's why I can't wait to see the overall charts. But before that, of course, we have to award the MVP. And again, it's going to be GEEKAY. Not the sexy 9 eliminations, but this time it's going to be 6 eliminations with only 769 damage. That is very efficient.
Yeah, I mean, this guy can actually take a break and nobody will be faulting him, because 6 eliminations is still quite the number out there. I mean, this is a pro player lobby where it is not easy to even get anywhere close to 5 frags alone. So, of course, that itself is quite some impressive work rate coming out of the individual that we've been able to, of course, witness him in action. And he's just gonna be bagging even more awards from here on. And by the members of ULF crashing out early, that also means that GEEKAY should be bypassing every other top performer right now to be the main MVP.
Well, there's a big chance that he will be by the end of the day, after the 2 Miramars, of course. For now, look at the match leaderboard. Go Team 23 points locked in. R8 Esports 15 points. GEEKAY Esports 12 points. GS Esports 11 points. So that's the double-digit club. Twisted Minds, they lost to Team Falcons. So it looks like the narrative will continue between the two of them. No points for Twisted Minds this time. Same goes for Nuclear Zone as well. Also 0 points at this round. Before the overall leaderboard, here are some of the other stats.
Yep, and it's been relatively interesting on how there's only 55 eliminations. That goes to show that some of these players have struggled by the edge of the blue zone, which we saw a lot of all these fights happening by the bridges. Other than that, there's only 1 airdrop looted. Meanwhile, Amuri almost landing himself the longest record once again, but not 395 does not break the record just yet. So Go Team, like I said, because ULF crashed out, this gap just by 2 rounds. Take a look at that. Almost, it is 50 points.
Oof, 50 points.
50 points. And second on third spot, that is another 60 or so, close to 60 points.
Yeah,
it's almost impossible.
Well, mathematically, unless like Go Team, they okay, next round they stop collecting points, they get eliminated early, and then comes the next team like ULF to really step out the gas of like, okay, can you bring in those points? Can you bring in elimination points? And not only depending on placement points, or can you guys survive like the early drop if there's another team there? I mean, there's so many other questions, but yeah, 50-point gap at this moment. Well, for a Go Team, they can skip the next round and they would still be on top.
They can already go to bed. They don't really have to play Miramar just to let other teams actually catch up, because mathematically, unless if you're talking about Esports to be stepping up and secure 20-point rounds with a chicken dinner, then we're talking. But of course, we'll give everybody a little bit of breathing space. We'll take a little bit of break, and we'll be right back for more.
into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Well, Go Team just came out of a Go performance with another chicken dinner. Welcome back to the Ruthless Regional Showdown, ladies and gentlemen. And we're done with the Erangel matches. After this, we're going to switch up the map into Miramar. Will Go Team continue to be the GOAT? We need to find out.
I think that it is very highly possible that they will continuously dominate throughout the course of the field. And for most part, I think like the rest of these teams are just trying their level best to at least secure themselves a podium spot. So I just really wanted to see who's going to be able to triumph up in these matches in Miramar, because the GOATs, they're not going to be struck down in at least another 4 rounds, so to speak.
Well, on the bright side for other teams at least, there's still tomorrow. So that means it's a total of 7 games, including the 2 Miramars that we will be seeing after this. Well, unless if Go Team continues to perform, even though, okay, chicken dinner is one thing, but if they continue to perform by bringing in the points, however it is, maybe by eliminations, even though they don't score the chicken dinner, that's okay. Then they might render tomorrow to be like, you know, maybe the last 2 games should not be too relevant for a Go Team.
Yeah, and by then I felt like we could already announce who the champions will be. So all they have to do right now is to score maybe another 30 points or 40 points by the end of tomorrow, just to ensure that they will be crowned as champions. And I think like definitely when we do move into Miramar, there are names like Virtus Pro, GEEKAY, as well as I see to be one of the better performers. And speaking of Virtus Pro, do we actually see them in action today? I don't think so.
Ooh.
Right?
Yeah, I don't think so as well. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, because yeah, I don't think so as well. So I guess we can kind of put that aside as well. But I wonder if okay, but the other thing that kind of interests me as part of the top Miramar performance is that there is no Go Team there. So yeah, interesting. So does this mean that based on the stats, this could be the 2 maps that like teams like UF or any other team that is like number 2, number 3, number 4 to finally catch a Go Team?
It could potentially be the case where they will be able to just really get themselves into a really strong position. So we're gonna see how this one's gonna go, because Miramar may not have shown that it is their strongest suit, but they could still make a splash. So can't wait to find out.
Well, the only part that they can make a splash is on the seawater of Miramar. Definitely not the sands. But also, okay, Miramar also, we commonly see a fight between Twisted Mind and also Team Falcons. And so far, again, the record of Phase 2, it's all the way Team Falcons. I'm looking at Twisted Minds. They are out of the plane. They're heading towards at least the direction of St. Martin. But I don't see Team Falcons yet. We might need to wait for a little bit more before we are able to identify where they are exactly.
And, you know, it is pretty interesting on these kind of stats between Falcons as well as Twisted Minds. They fight in every single map except for Rondo. And Rondo's the kind of map that they both get to fully farm out. So just looking at this current scenario, really seem like all these teams are absolutely ready for a brawl as we are taking a look at what's going on in Hacienda del Patron. And this is going to be a tough call onto how it's going to play out as we are seeing a nade now set right in. Kara now puts the grenade right through, finds it, gets the knock.
Marcel. Oh, okay, he sees. Is he able to flank? Oh, okay. Oh, wait a second. That didn't happen. He actually jumped down. And Lewis got down by Demi. Okay, Kara, 3 players left. They could still do it though. But Gen.G, they managed to even up the odds. 3v3 now.
Just in this early exchanges, it's been rather close of a call. And now going back towards the side of Gen.G, it is going to be a great iron sight shot coming from the side of Satan to actually open up the account once again. Kara goes in for a quick revival, but the grenade from Yusuf, this might actually strike the ball down.
Oh, but it did not connect cleanly enough. Danny on the outside window, he sees his target, but he failed to pull the trigger in time. But ETSH eliminated while this was happening, but we're also having another fight elsewhere. Okay, the elimination feed is going wild. We'll check back on that later because right now Gen.G receives damage and they managed to get Icon down. So now it's only one more player left. But we switch over. Okay. I'm trying to catch up to the action here. Okay, which team are we looking at now? Okay. All right. ARCred now. ARCred. Okay.
Okay, there we go. ARCred does get the high ground advantage as they do pin one out. And ARCred will have Derm once again coming up really clutch in these kind of moments. Gotta see if they would be able to eventually circumvent the rest of these players inside of the church territory. Nuclear Zone now pushes out. Bat Boy is definitely looking for a desperate attempt to trade this one out, but it isn't going to be all too easy of a task. And seemingly, this is going to be a little bit more of a straightforward ordeal. So at least 1 point being gained from the side of AP Carino. But it's far from over. Impala of all spots for them to brawl out as they went in for this hot drop. But back towards the side of Hacienda, it doesn't seem like they've been able to settle the score just yet, even despite all that's happening. But R8 are also looking to join in the party.
Well, looks like the Hacienda fight will continue on as well with Gen.G now. Playing without Satan, he's down on the ground. Dami will face the ground as well. Only Yusuf left the final player of Gen.G against Kara, who managed to reset. Oh, but is there another name from another team? Oh, it's R8. They're going to join in the party.
Yeah, R8 has been waiting in the wings, and now they infiltrate. They might be able to at least help out Gen.G. So this is just going to be a tough struggle for both sides. And lock and loaded we go. It is just going to be a tight squeeze of space right at this moment. And here we are with Yusuf now taken off the list. Gen.G, they walk away with no points.
Oh, now Kara. Oh, but the moment GEEKAY comes in, Kara gets eliminated. And then more. Oh, wait a second. There's R8 now. Jump shot comes in by Marv with a DBS. Beautifully executed. Now GEEKAY. Only Kevin left here. He's on the outer side. Prestige will try to chase him down with S12K. He's right behind this rock. And he will be eliminated. R8 is the final team to stand tall in Hacienda.
R8, they just went in as a third party and they just absolutely swept both sides to score 7 points this early. we're only in like what, stage 1 and or stage 2 perhaps, but the journey continues on. They still have majority of their main members, and that is just great news for the rest of the field. So that being said, though, it is still a long journey up ahead, so they will have to eventually cut into Los Lunas. Take a look at how empty the space is inside the zone. Plenty of area for them to work it out.
I know, right? Stage 1, but we are down to 9 teams. And out of 9 teams, only 34 players. So that's a lot of land in one of the biggest maps in PUBG Mobile Esports. So I guess this is the time where we can expect action to take a chill.
This is going to be a slow run for the meantime. Whereas for the entire course of the party as well. So right now, GOAT team, they do have a little bit of an area for them to work it out, but it's going to be Ove that does aggress towards the side of R8. And the problem is R8, they had to finish off the other fight inside of Hacienda, and now leaves them stranded just by the edges of the corners of St. Martin. Solas now gets a glimpse, but not quite enough to take it down. The blue zone might actually take him out instead. Looking to draw it closer. That Molotov does not connect. But once more, he's going to be able to attack him down low again, forcing him to use whatever first aid he has.
But how many more do they have, and can they continue to tank this one? We're heading on to stage 2 in about 15 more seconds. And it is Miramar, so the distance between these teams and getting into the circle is quite huge. Oh, but here comes R8. Oh, man. 3 teams around St. Martin. They will fight for, well, St. Martin, I guess, when it's not even in the circle.
Like the way you actually put it. And it is just them trying to settle the scores. They don't really care about the zone right now because whoever wins out that trade, they'll be able to get there regardless. But it's going to be a little bit of back and forth for the meantime. Lots of all these expansions of bullets, but it is going to be that member of R getting knocked down. PAPARA Supermassive on the other side of the corner, trying to hold out against Esports.
Oh, R8, 2 active players here. One of them is going to be Amori and Skaten. They're not really budging for this area. PAPARA Supermassive in turning in on the fight as well. They got Aaron, the top player for Oof. And this will be elimination number 8 for PAPARA Supermassive. They continue to rack in the points.
Yeah, they're just doing so well. This is by far their best run. 8 points. And these guys, they're just fighting tooth and nail for whatever they could actually find. And I'm pretty sure that they could actually do so much more. They're looking very relatively healthy, but they are trying to suppress the rest of R8 by just boxing them in.
Right, and while all this is happening, these teams are 2,300 meters away from the circle, so that's going to be their second problem. On the elimination field, Falcons in the fight with the MADBULLS. And back onto the St. Martin area. You know what? This is like the previous round. It's a lose-lose situation for both sides.
Indeed. And I think, like, sometimes, you know, you just want to go and have a go over onto all the other teams because maybe this is not entirely a map that, you know, favors them from the location, which is why, like, they might as well take whatever possible team fights that might end up with them gaining even more. But PAPARA Supermassive, they're already dropping very low in the health bars. R8, I'm just really surprised that they've been able to hold out for so long, considering that they had to take the battle inside of Hacienda, they have to take a battle with Ulf, and now it is going to be Kamikaze finding the angles. They're both bunched up by the corner wall, and there's just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
when Chong-B from the back, from the side, sprays down, but not able to connect enough shots to get a knock. But he has to think about himself as well. He only has 2 first aids, and we are coming to stage number 3, and look at how far they are from the circle Contra. And now the circle will shift again, and it goes down south even further from St. Martin.
Oh boy. Also take a look at the fight that's going on between MADBULLS, ARCred, as well as Falcons. 3 teams bunched up all together. And I also don't think that it's going to work out either ways for these guys who's spending too long. So more and more battles. Hey, it's going to be a quick wrap to the end of the night, I guess, if that's going to be the kind of situation that they put themselves into. So we'll see. How well will they be able to handle the pressure of the blue zone? Stage 3, and there's only 3 more first aid kits for the side of Hardboy. But there definitely is a heavy replenishment of stocks if they do claim themselves that loot crate. It's going to be BOARS overlooking from the hillside. And it's Generalis within the zone. Plenty of space and opportunity for them to trade out. But oh! That's a big tag coming from Goat. I'm just taking a wild guess that that shot might just come in from Joyagi, which has been their sharpshooter thus far.
Yeah, I think so as well. They were in that lower ground position. But you know what? Now that we have Goat team on our screen, I also want to point out the fact that they are still a full team in the circle. All their closest contenders either have been eliminated or they're down to only 1 or 2 players. So that would just tell us that whatever it is, Go team will continue to extend their lead at the top.
Interesting. Maybe after the past rounds, I'm just speculating, right? That, oh, they saw that Go team has been leaps and bounds ahead. And right now, maybe they just felt like a little bit demoralized. It's like, oh, what's the point of, like, you know, getting all these points when it's almost impossible to reach up against Goat, but somebody's got to try, right?
Yeah, but nobody's really putting attention onto them. Instead, it's like Team Falcons putting attention onto ARCred right now. And Navarro, he is literally low on health right now. He has to heal, but he's taking his time. Gets into the vehicle, he can heal at the same time, but looks like Ali is going to chase him down. Ali gets down from his vehicle. They know that he's in critical situation right now, but somehow he's able to escape for now.
For the moment, that is, but oh boy. It is going to be a hard boy there. Getting a couple of all these stray shots, and it's 6 points already for the side of ARCred.
A circle shift again. And where will it go? Go team there on the south though. And they will still get the circle together with BOARS and Twisted Minds and also MADBULLS who just came in.
Oh boy. Take a look at BOARS' position. They got the farmhouse directly smacked over onto the top side of the hill. A very difficult position for any other team to really flush them off from. So I'm kind of liking the odds for BOARS to somehow claim themselves a chicken dinner, if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, there is that possibility. Well, I mean, there are also other teams that could deny that that thing from happening. We'll need to wait and see because there's still 7 teams here, but that number could change with the fact that Lord from Twisted Minds, he is gunned down. Scarface with his high ground advantage against Wash that's just right in front of him. Wash gotta be careful. The moment he peeked out, Scarface will try, but to no avail this time.
And there's just not too many points being gained for the side of Ulf Esports. It doesn't help that they only have 1 member left. Now it is going to be ARCred going on a rampage already. And next team to battle is going to be them. I think they've done just about good enough for the moment. So we have to also see how else does this one play out. Whereas For the rest of the course of the field, it seems like there's just plenty of all these areas that they could actually claim. So we just gotta put it all out for the moment. There's still hard to tell who's gonna be able to at least hold on firm. BOARS, they're still playing very defensively for the moment.
Oh Lord, now. Oh, his teammate Freak is gonna charge in. Okay, let's go. But Scarface, the moment he saw that vehicle, he immediately pressed the eject button. And I'm not too sure if he's able to get out of this safely. Lord will try though with his QBZ. Another attempt, long range at Scarface. And somehow Scarface will survive.
Ooh. Scarface so far still showing off his prowess in his engagements as well as survivability. The rest of BOARS, they're now taking different sectors of the point because they know everyone's going to be moving up the hillside. And it's a really smart measure to really deny whatever space necessary from being reached by all the other teams. And now, just look at the current equation. It really seemed like there's not many of all these areas that they actually push through, but it is going to be R8 that now closes in, and they try to recommit. They do get the knock. Beautiful work coming from the side of BOARS as the refact comes through from the side of Amuri. 1 for 1. And now they take up the fight up against him. That nade almost fully connected, but he's still alive. And there is going to be the rest of BOARS coming right through the grenade. Good enough for Amuri to hold on.
Oh, but Lord, all the way from the other side of town, eliminated him, and now we're down to the top 5. And Go Team is the only team in the top 5 right now to have all 4 of their players intact, giving them the best chance of scoring the chicken dinner.
This could very well be it. Go Team, once again, 4 members strong. You know, the stats may have been a little bit deceiving because overall they did not include the Go Team on the list, and they weren't happy about that. And you know what happens when they're unhappy. They just absolutely demolish everyone in the lobby. And overall, they've been holding firm. And now, with weakened units all across the rest of the field, this is very likely another GOAT Team's game.
Ooh, and for Twisted Mind, are they opening up the space around this warehouse? Just so because that if any of the players are bored, whichever exit that they take, there will always be a player of Twisted Mind there waiting. Looking at the minimap, it does look like they are trying to deploy that strategy. Or maybe it's just a strategy to distract so that Lord can move into loot.
Could be the case as well. So we'll have to really, of course, wait it out, because I think like it won't be all too wise for the rest of these members of Twisted Mind to really go in for full flush just yet. But now that they do get a little bit more isolation kind of approach, they might be onto something, but they have no clue that Kyo have already climbed all the way up top. They hear the footsteps though, so they should know by now.
Yeah, but the moment they know, the other player of Twisted Minds has joined in onto the fight. That is Lord. So now they dare to fight back. Let's see if they can. Up. We saw that.
Yep. Caught in 4K again. And now those grenades lop right through. Oh, it does actually bring the health bars down to 50%. MADBULLS are also coming in from the far end of the warehouse. And right now, how long could they actually dance it out? BOARS, I thought that they could actually hold on firm to this area, but seemingly enough, this looks to be very difficult for them to really juggle with the pressure.
Such a tight angle as well. Okay, information gathered. What is Twisted Mind going to do about it? Okay, first, they will avoid the top floor. But somehow Half-Lake, let's get that one knock. And now BOARS, they will continue to defend this ground. And Kvik takes a lot of damage as well. And Lord from the other side sprays with his SOK, will get the 6th target. And Twisted Mind, they will not go down without a fight.
Twisted Mind still holding firm now. There's only one member. He needs to actually win out this trade. Oh, damage is connecting, but not enough. Still a very close call. And it could go down to the wire. Oh, this is just nail biting. The revive will go through. Lord now has to pull up 1 versus 2 if that's going to be the case. But he's not allowing that reset. And Twisted Minds. Oh, they win out the BOARS. They make it to yet another top 4.
Well, top 4 it is here. Without the BOARS that have been eliminated. And now MADBULLS, it's their turn to join this party. And Pusher is creating the smoke bridge so he can close the gap between himself and Lord.
Just beautiful. Simply lovely stuff that we're witnessing here. Coming out from these squads. And now, going into the late stage of the game. We're really eyeing out on these teams to be propelling up ahead, but still, GOAT team, they're still uncontested.
I know, right? They have been waiting at the southern side of the circle, but I guess they're done waiting. Now they move themselves up north because they want to be a part of this. They want to join on to the party too. Hoping that these two teams, they save supper for a GOAT team. As now they're here.
Speaking of supper, I could actually use some right now. Well, it is already like 1:30 here in Southeast Asia. Well, some parts of Southeast Asia. I mean, SEA is huge, right? So, of course, never mind that. Despite us, of course, glazing GOAT team, they are still not finding those kills yet. It's been like, what, a very long time playing inside of Miramar. But they're kind of getting the formula down, so to speak. So, not too fully concerning, if you ask me.
Well, GOAT team found the formula. And because they found that formula, now it's Lemon against the world. Against GOAT team. 80% chance based on the system for GOAT team to score the chicken dinner. Honestly, for me, it's probably like 110% by now.
200. 200%.
Might as well, right? Go all the way.
Yep, unless we see a crazy clutch here as they're already swarming in a Capal. And this is by far probably the lowest point average of a round for GOAT team in the form of elimination points, but does it actually matter because it's another chicken dinner for the GOATs?
Oh yeah, it doesn't really matter. Especially with the fact that the teams below them have been eliminated fairly early this round. So it's more of GOAT team like locking more points, creating that gap, and by the time tomorrow comes, when it's the last 2 games, or maybe the last 3 games, that's where he can, or the team can really chill.
Perhaps so. So right now, I guess they leave very little to play for the rest of the field, but overall, GOAT team is named as such because they really are the greatest of all time.
The greatest of all time, the GOAT team. Interesting. Oh, besides that, damage taken, Twix is the only one that took damage, 99 damage to be exact, not even 100. They have been staying super quiet this round, but to be fair to them, the moment they got into a prime position in the circle kept favoring them. So, yeah, it's not like they probably don't want the circle, but it's so happened that they got the circle. A lot of teams, they fought by the edge of the circle, so they didn't really get to see that much action.
Yeah, they were playing it over onto the south or western corner of the map without too much of a population. So I would say that at the very least, they know how to really read the room. And now they kind of improved their ratios here in Miramar. So it's fair to say that GOAT team, they have mastered every single map possible in that sense. So good luck to the rest of the field in order to keep up, because we still got one more round, and we're gonna see if this is gonna be another big haul for the rest of these players coming out of GOAT team.
Now, based on these teams to watch, although GOAT team is like third there, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Look at it, 0 knockouts. Okay, now I'm starting to wonder, right? The knockouts here, is it indicating that they get knockouts onto other teams, or is it knockout onto them?
I think they get the knockouts on other teams. So, yeah, it wouldn't make sense if they got knocked out that many times, right? Because they were safe for the most part. So, they were just shooting players from quite a long range, which we saw they were putting a little bit of pressure on BOARS in the early span of the match, but haven't really found the conversion until they move into the late game. And by far, this is Hardboy that has been the one to be the MVP around, since there's not too much of action being displayed coming out of those members, which we've speculated GOAT to take a plenty more, but I would still say it's not too shabby. Well, Hotboy is still racing for those MVP run.
But it's also nice to see like these top performer charts. All the players here are from different teams. It shows diversity, shows the level playing field inside this lobby as well. So that's kind of nice. And on top of that, all 4 top performers here, all with 5 eliminations. The only thing that separated them was the damage output. But yeah. Match leaderboard, however, R8 16 points, MADBULLS 13 points at GOAT team. Well, with the chicken dinner, 2 eliminations, so that's 12 points. Their closest contenders, like, let's see, Oof, for example, where are they? Okay, oh, okay, yeah. Oof 6 points, and then who else? Maybe you can put in like MADBULLS 13 points, which is very close by. So again, it's just more of like a GOAT team. They're just extending their lead this time.
Fair enough. And look at the rest of the stats. This time it's Lemon with the longest range shot. 9 total hit shots is to me a little disappointing considering this is Miramar, but we saw a lot of teams were committed into those fights over onto the blue zone, which makes a lot more sense why the numbers are a tad lower as compared to what we have, you know, expected from time to time. So that's it. We want to see what more is there that is to be offered by our dear players in the final rounds. So we'll have to see about that. Now, here comes the updates.
Yeah. I'm doing the quick math here. So it is 56 points difference at this moment between number 1 and number 2. So yeah, can imagine how big that gap is right now. Oh man. But flipping over to page number 2, okay, because Falcons, again, they continue to be consistently winning against Twisted Minds. That means that they will bring in points. Now they rose up to number 13 with 94 points, so they are 6 points away from the 100 point mark. So that's a significant improvement by Falcons as compared to their phase 1 performance. Phase 2 has been just Falcons all the way as compared to Twisted Mind. That is great work for them. But anyway, that's Miramar done. We have one more Miramar to go, ladies and gentlemen. And before we head on to that, as always, we're going to take a short break. But don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys for the final Miramar.
Step into the
Well, back to back for Go Team, it seems. And now the gap between them and everyone else is just huge. Welcome back to the Ruthless Regional Showdown, ladies and gentlemen. One more game to go. And of course, we're going to head back into Miramar really, really soon. And if again Go Team gets it, then, well, I don't know what else to say. It could be maybe like 2 games tomorrow being the last day. It wouldn't affect them that much by then.
Yeah, and overall, I think like they've done just about enough. Like if they were to really go AFK for the final day and be crowned as champions, that is going to be an absolute boss move. But I think like they are a team with plenty of integrity in pack, so I'm pretty sure they will still play it out. Even if they were to just score 1 point per round, I think that it is absolutely pretty much them delivered with victory already, because last round we saw a lot of all these teams, they were crashing out rather early. I must say, they were fighting in the blue zone, they were just not exactly contesting inside the area. So I just felt like, you know, a lot of teams just felt heavily demoralized, because the GOATs, they've been on the streak and they've been so consistent every round. Even for the ones that they didn't win, they were in the top 4.
Yeah, and for the other teams, right, like how you pointed out, maybe they might be thinking to themselves, you know what, if you want to catch Go Team right now, it's difficult. So instead, what all these teams did is that, okay, let's settle personal scores instead. You know, like that.
I like it. Yeah, the way that you pointed it out is like, okay, Twisted Minds as Falcon as well as Falcons, they get to, you know, fight to their heart's content if they really want to. And who else wants to create new rivalry is also going to be pretty interesting. And for the fact that Inner Circle was not playing throughout the entire phase 2, and still they are the top Miramar performance, just goes to show that they have definitely set some really high bar.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. And even though Go Team scored the chicken dinner, but they are not part of the top Miramar performers. So that's also something to take note of as well. But to be fair, like when they scored the chicken dinner in the previous round, like they only scored like what, 2 elimination points? Yeah, so that's probably not significant enough for them to break through here in the top Miramar performance list.
Yeah, that's probably the lowest points scored for a chicken dinner the entire tournament. So when you thought that there's no other new records to be broken, I guess there's that, you know, like have we ever seen a 0 kill chicken dinner in any tournaments? Have you ever casted any? Probably not, right?
I'm trying to think. If there is, then it has to be I don't remember whether the Badru moment, the legendary Badru moment, the Sunhawk that he played healing to the end and he scored a chicken dinner, whether he had any eliminations at all. I need to fact check that one, but if there is, then it could be that moment.
Oh, now that's a big throwback, right? When there was that Sandhawk meta, everyone's just healing by the blue zone. It's just whoever has the most first 8 literally wins the game. I kind of am glad that, one, Sandhawk eventually had the update of the blue zone to be a little bit more painful, and number 2, Sandhawk is no longer in the competitive circuit. You know, a lot of players, they were missing like, oh, when's Sandhawk coming back? Honestly, I don't miss it that much. Well, here's why. Because one, there's a lot of RNG in the form of like the zone. Because once it leans into the island, it's so difficult for all these teams to get across. Everyone who directly drives in, they will get shot because the map is just that small.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the Camp Alpha Island sort of circle, right? Like if you naturally drop there and the circle happen to be at Camp Alpha Island, yeah, you're pretty much like 80%, 90% win.
It will take a lot to fumble that kind of opportunities, right? But we've seen those happen before. So course, that's a thing of the past, and now we go back to the present. This is a very southern-centric kind of zone that we're looking at, perhaps. The flight path cuts through from the islands of Impala into Valdemar, and we're already seeing ARCred scoring the first point.
Yep, and we're already seeing the first blood. Probably going to see more soon. Okay, there you go, another knock. And ARCred moves in to secure another elimination point. That's going to be Krona eliminated. 2 now for ARCred. Another one of those early fights that happened here.
And what's interesting to note is that they're only starting off with like 3 players out here in the field. And they're just doing so much. Last round, we saw only 2 teams inside of this vicinity, and now it seems like it's a party with R8 to also join in the party.
Okay, and this party area is about 2,000 meters away from the circle. So this is almost like a deja vu of like the previous round. It's like, okay, it's far away from the circle. Teams just want to come in and just fight. But who will be the victor? It's going to be kind of hard to tell at this point, especially with the fact that historically nobody wins.
I like the way that you actually pointed out that, yep, historically, it's not all too much out there. It's actually clean, but right at this moment, we're already getting a little bit of a dance-off as we see Durham trying to close in. And it is a very close call at the very least. Just looking at the current circumstance, it is going to be Nuco Zone right now, only left with 1 player, but they're fighting back up against Prestige over onto the corner. He's kind of stuck. Nowhere else to go. Perfect shots coming from his M4.
And Aprino, the final player of Nuclear Zone. And obviously his position is compromised, but the other 2 teams, they are kind of busy with each other. Speaking of busy, ETSH also busy with MADBULLS. On the elimination field, we see Spider-Man getting Nasir. But on screen, it's going to be Bad Boy locking in an elimination point, taking out Prestige. Kara in the fight with Gen.G as well.
Ooh, a lot of stuff going on right now. Heartboy now gets struck down as the rest of R8 being so feisty in the early span of this matchup inside Impala. He brings the knife just to stab him from the front. Meanwhile, Kara, like you said, they've been dueling alongside with the side of Gen.G from the hilltops. And Gen.G is looking to bail out.
Okay, and rightly so. They might as well focus on getting into key positions. Now back onto Impala. Okay, this fight is probably going to take a while. As ARCred 2 players here, they're trying to stop the incoming R8, and at least they got Graph. Okay, here comes the defense, and looks like they managed to defend it. Beautifully done by ARCred, but they're not out of the woods yet because there's another team across.
You know what, Sir Cloud? The final game of each night is usually a little bit wow. It's just like the Game 5 effect where everyone is just pretty much drained out from, you know, multiple rounds already. They just want to get it sorted. And that's why we're seeing all these kind of shenanigans, I guess. 1 player left, a couple attacks over onto AP Crino. And with that swing, Spider-Man will be able to add 1 more to the list. MADBULLS starting things strong. 4 points already. And he's just gonna take a sweet time. So Kara now find himself surrounded with the members of Gen.G.
Marceau, 10% of health left, and here comes again. He's gonna rush. Probably gonna be a straightforward elimination for him and his teammates. I'm pretty sure Marceau won't have the time to heal up. And there you go again. We'll get Marceau. And surely this will be the point in the pocket. Now Poser, just right below these 2 Gen.G members. Now the fact that he stood up, Gen.G fires onto him, and now Poser will be down as well.
Some really, really great comeback coming in from the side of Gen.G. First, they were the ones being chased, and then they went into just straight back instead. I absolutely like that they were bold enough to make these kind of certain calls, and now gets to reap all the rewards possible. We've seen Gen.G, of course, getting themselves wins as well, despite having such a difficult phase one. It really seemed like Miramar is where they shine brightest.
And I'm looking also at nobody is really touching a GOAT team. And the teams below them, okay, MADBULLS, 2 players left, spending time in the blue. I would love to see like teams like try to focus on challenging GOAT team, because they have been getting a free pass if you kind of think about it.
Yeah, I really do think that nobody is even trying to, stop them. Like, at this rate, when, if you're not anywhere close to contending, why not try your luck, like just fight the best team on the block? Because if they treat it as a scrim, I say, why the hell not?
But interesting enough, nobody is doing that. Everyone's busy with each other instead. BOARS Gaming now trying to land this long-range shot. We just got L, red dot, that distance. Not sure if it's the most suitable attachment for that scenario.
Yeah, might not be the best, but I guess, once again, going back to Game 5 shenanigans, anything could work so long as you put your mind into it, baby. So, that's it, though. Gotta see how this one plays out for PAPARA Supermassive. They are now deploying members to take on the rest of GEEKAY. Was currently beelining their way into the closest quarter. Finds himself a little bit of that cover for the meantime, but PAPARA Supermassive, they want to double down.
While that, the circle will shift again. And we have at least 4 teams on the outside spending time in the blue right now. And circle at least is not a hardship down south. Instead, it's going to be in between Monte Nuevo and Chumacera now. So not too bad for those teams that are spending time in the blue. At least it's not too far away for them, but they still need to move somehow. And I noticed something else happened on the elimination feed. Oh, a player of GOAT team got eliminated.
Oh, now that's a storm brewing up against the GOATs. And I guess, they probably have taken the hint as well. Like, okay, they're getting too many free passes. It's time to really put a dent onto the top team. And I say dent, though. It is PAPARA Supermassive still clawing their way out up against the rest of GEEKAY. GEEKAY now lingering by the blue zone. Attack being sent their way, and they finally get to actually take one member down. And Kamikaze now goes all in, gets the drop shot done. And he should be able to heal himself back up. But Kevin, he will claim one instead.
Well, GEEKAY, they want to claim a couple of elimination points based on their current position. They are waiting for the players of PAPARA Supermassive to come towards them, and that's where they might eliminate them, considering that they are kind of fresh. We didn't really see them in action much, so they have enough utilities, and there you go. Long-range damage. Maybe enough for them to get the knock. And Tranby, however, gets knocked, so that's still okay for them.
Yep, so... And now, going into this corner. This fight has been taking a while for the side of GEEKAY, and now ARCred is the one that's on that pursuit. PAPARA Supermassive now racks in 4 points, and that grenade that was perfectly connected from the side of SAFG. Despite all the odds, they still find more. And ARCred might have actually regretted this decision to try the third party.
But no can do right now. They're in the blue. One active player left, and that's Bad Boy. He does have 2 first aids though, so he can somewhat tank. But for how long? Because in 25 more seconds, we'll be moving to stage number 3.
And I just got this gut feeling where this is kind of similar notion of how those players played out the previous Miramar, where they would just commit into the battle regardless of the situation. And ARCred, they bow out. 8 points, respectable. But I don't know if this is actually going to be, you know, just about enough for them to still chase up against the rest of the field. But hey, gotta say, at least they're putting on quite the showing. While Zone closes deeper into the corners of Chumacera as well as Monte Nevo. Forgot that, you know, this portion is actually considered Ladriela, but we don't really fully get to see it on the map. Doesn't really matter too much, just my late night OCD kicking in, I guess. Well, Twisted Minds, this is kind of like their zone. I mean, they move into Monte Nevo, and they should be able to dominate this entire field of the area by having such a head start.
That's actually pretty interesting to see as well because of that kind of domination. It also signals to me that Go Team, nobody is really challenging them. Yeah, they lost 1 player, but then again, for the most part, still nobody followed up on that. So they have all free reign in the spot that they were at. Now, looking at their next contender, like Oof, we have them on screen here. At least Oof, like if a team close by, for example, like a GS right now that we can see them on screen, if they know that Oof is there, they would just challenge Oof. So this is where, like, these teams, they cancel each other, allowing a team like Go Team at the top to just extend their lead without even doing as much.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Well, rest of Ulf just tries to attack them from afar. And GS could not even find a possible angle to fight back. So it is rather difficult for what it's worth right now. The rest of PAPARA Supermassive now continues on the fight up against GEN.G. So 2 versus 3. I think it should be okay, especially now with the grenades connecting. They could make it an even fight.
Oh, that needs onto Satan. Lucky enough, he didn't get knocked. But there was a decent amount of damage there. The damage is one thing. Another thing is that his position is known by PAPARA Supermassive. But speaking about PAPARA Supermassive, again, caught one of their players.
Oh boy. It seems like they're just going to go in for the full commitment from here on. So, let's see. GEN.G now looking to keep up with the tempo. They're still playing by knife's edge, just by the corner of the zone. Now that there's going to be a little bit of an update, I do believe Ulf this time will get the benefits of the zone. For the meantime, the rest of these teams will have to kind of hug really tight. Twisted Minds decided to wrap around the south side. And I don't think that there's going to be all too much that they could actually gain from that position. But hey, one can actually only hope to yield big results out of this final round. To at least close up the gap up against GOAT Esports. I keep saying GOAT Esports because typically every other team always name themselves Esports by the end. To the point that, oh, GOAT team suddenly doesn't roll off the tongue that nicely. But we got to get used to it because these guys are the top dogs right now.
Yeah, and we still have tomorrow as well that we'll be able to see them perform. But now GEN.G, we're seeing them perform here right now. Losses got away from the potential impact area just to bump into Team Falcons. That's from the pen to the fire, they say. And Team Falcons will say, oh, thank you for delivering that 1 point.
Yeah, well, many thanks. And looking at the rest of Team Falcons, they're just having so much of the south side being cleared out. And once they lock their eyes onto Twisted Minds, they will never let go.
Okay, now Falcons, so what's going to be their call here? But the circle is it's also not far away from them. It's like just a few steps in front. So I guess they don't need to be overly creative on their approach this time. Teams inside the circle, GS, Wolf, well, unless if the circle shifts away from them, I don't see them really challenging each other as well.
Not at all. This fight could go on for ages. Meanwhile, the only two teams that's currently having a really, really tough circumstances can be GEEKAY as well as Kara, only having one member left. It is still gonna be anyone to take the chicken dinner home. Stage 4 commencing, only 1 minute for them to make some firm decision. Wolf having Aaron now, keeping his eyes peeled out for these players coming from the side of GEN.G, and I believe he should be able to yoink Yusuf out of that territory.
Still waiting to see if that player of GEN.G is able to be saved. Well, based on the minimap, it should be a yes. Oh, but guess what? Falcons from all the way down south looks like they rotated towards the right side, and they want to be a part of this fight. But since we're going to shift the circle, might as well wait and see where the circle goes. But Koa, he saw an opportunity, and Scarface is the one that he took down.
Wow. This is just a lot of back and forth right now. Scarface now being left out to dry. I don't know what to fully make out of this scenario, to be honest, because they're going back and forth, and some of these guys are still on the outskirts, and it's not really ideal. The rest of Falcons, they're at least very close to the zone, but to breach in, they have to face off both ULF as well as GEN.G.
And also don't forget about Twisted Minds on the left side. They're going to move towards Goat Team's position. So that could potentially be a fight. Lord is going to lead the charge, followed by Wash. But is Goat going to make any action? Okay. I guess not for now, so we need to wait and see. The same situation, I guess, with Twisted Minds, but not really. Twisted Minds, I guess they really want to go for it right now.
Seemingly they do. Twisted Minds. They're going to be lobbing the big nades towards the side of Goat. One did connect towards the side of Joyagi. And right at the space, it really seems like some of these players of Goat should be able to at least keep themselves safe for now until more of these nades chime in. The rest of Twisted Minds, they want to double down. And I think like this scenario is looking rather risky for the Goats. They might actually crash out early without any points.
Well, speaking about crashing out, that's going to be Kara crashing out. Now here comes Twisted Minds as Big fires back. Wash will be eliminated immediately. Goat Team, they might lose Twix though. He's now down on the ground. But Twisted Minds, they have 3 players. Now they have the numbers against Goats.
Ooh, Goat. Now back up against the wall. Now we'll have to see whether Freak can actually get something in return on the DPS. He's absolutely prepared for this one. Yagi now on the UMP, tries to clear the sector. Meanwhile, the rest of Twisted Minds, they got nades for days. And even despite so, it doesn't seem like they've been able to actually get much done for the moment. Still 0 points. They did have one member getting knocked down, and Twisted Minds, they are the ones to challenge up against the finest team of the lobby so far. Goat did manage to at least take one member out in the form of Wash. But Eidos, can he actually convert? Can he find something? This is taking a little far too long. Someone's got to just run right through and sell the score.
I mean, just like every other fight as well. Well, Go Team right now, they are in the... Okay, are they on the inner side? Oh, no, Go Team's actually on the outer side of the circle. So the pressure's on the Go Team right now to be able to push Twisted Minds. They got one. This is their opening, and now Joyagi will rush in past the smoke. He's going to share the same building as the other players of Twisted Minds, but he could use a bit of backup as well.
He definitely does. Right now, Lord goes in. And with this tag team, they should be able to settle the scores as they will be able to pin down the GOATs. And the streak has been broken. No tree pit whatsoever. And now the floodgates open up. MADBULLS, they also secured 6 points. So realistically, they will be able to overcome some of all these other players. And today, Pubg hasn't been that explosive. So this is basically the best situation so far for MADBULLS.
Yeah, the best chance of putting out a good show and also to close that gap significantly. Now, where are they? Okay, they're on the left side of the circle. Oh, no, they're on the northern side of the circle, but because they don't have a full team, so the best they could do is, well, number one is play some points. Number two is if they want to bring in elimination points, it has to be from afar. So I don't see them like engaging in any fights head on.
Not just yet, at the very least. Now, the rest of Twisted Minds, after settling all the disputes, they scale up the high grounds. And right at this moment, there is the rest of Falcons over the far south. So, Twisted Minds, they've already marked the location much early on. But can they do more from here on?
And Falcons... Well, they're going to enter unchallenged. Based on the minimap, no surprises there. But I make it Superman. Okay, that's interesting. That's somewhere up north. Whereas for GS, but it'll be okay. I think now that everyone is pretty much in the circle right now, so I guess we need to wait till stage 7 before we see the next significant fight.
Yeah, probably so. Hopefully it doesn't take longer than that. Meanwhile, you can see there's just ample of all these openings where some of these areas are unplayable because of how the terrain opens up so many of all these angles up against the rest of GS to shoot at everybody else up top. Which is why they're just hiding right behind the hillside. Oof, Esports. I could absolutely understand why they could not really find those kind of points, even despite them also have being so aggressive in most part of their stance. They only have very limited angles to work with this time.
Oof, but a couple of shots from Team Falcons, I believe that's more of like a warning shot. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, 20 more seconds before we see the next circle. And by that time, I believe we'll see a lot of fights that will happen in circle stage number 7 coming up next. Okay, here's a good summary of where everyone is at. As of now, every one that we can see on screen have their own corner. This is where things might change. Circle goes towards the middle. So, GEEKAY, Oof, officially in it. For the rest of the other teams, they need to find their way in.
Yeah, and it is going to be a dire situation right now because they only got 30 seconds to do that. Hopefully just about enough time for them to actually make a certain measurement of a move. Whereas, look at the rest of the pack, though. This is just going to be a tough one to crack. As they're just trying their level best to wiggle some form of space, but doesn't seem like they are getting it so far.
Well, MADBULLS does that call to come in. Oh, but Esso got taken out. Okay. Will it be a major follow-up? Looks like not yet. Anyway, Team Falcons, as much as they have like the ghillie suits, they have the vehicles, I'm starting to sense that Team Falcons, when they come into this next circle, it's more of a desperado move. So they would just try to adapt and wink it the moment they arrive inside.
Yeah, it really seemed like that has been the case for most part. And right now, going down to this situation where GEEKAY, they're boxed inside, and the rest of MADBULLS, they are already rushing towards his side, it seems, or they're just holding out. So there's still a little bit of opportunity for them to try to pull something out of the rug. I'm just thinking if there's just about enough space for him to actually do so.
Well, Team Falcons is dominating though. That's on the other news. Now the final player of GEEKAY. Oh man, everybody's already in this circle. I can pretty much say that. But they are close enough for them to like try to hit each other. And so happened that that happened on one of the players of Twisted Minds. Now the elimination field, we're starting to see it light up again. Twisted Minds becomes the next team to be eliminated. Number 6 with 2 elimination points. Now, with this circle, has the circle again.
Yeah, there were just too many of all these teams surrounding the corners of Twisted Minds, and the Falcons have been able to best them. 5 points already into the top 5, and another one connects from SAFG. But he will soak in the entire brunt of the damage coming in from the grenade to be popped perfectly into the shack. And he'll be taken out. Meanwhile, Rav, he was just looking away and he just got caught out.
Okay, can he be saved though? We can then. Well, Team Falcons looking to be a solid contender for the chicken dinner. Okay, let's see if we can get ESO and ESO eliminated. Now that means it is a 4v2v1 scenario.
MADBULLS, if they could secure this chicken dinner, they might just be the ones vying for the spot and to racing up against those members of GOAT team. So we'll have to see how this one plays out. And also, don't forget about ULF. They were in the second place, but they got overtaken by MADBULLS early on. Here comes the attacks coming from ARCred. He does actually connect a couple of shots over on the members of Falcons. And now it's Catch at work, pinning one out of the Falcons.
Well, now Koa behind this airdrop. Very dependent on the airdrop to give him that level of protection. And that's definitely not sustainable. But Tulika lands a beautiful nade across. But can Aaron steal that point away? That will be the other question.
Oh, he's trying his level best. And he's just so desperate. He's tagging onto the buggy just in hopes to connect. But that will be stashed away by Tulika. MADBULLS now is going to be leaps and bounds ahead. Those nades! Oh, he somehow survived. But not for long, I guess, because the rest of Falcons have already locked onto his side. Brings down the vehicle and takes him out. So that's 11 points for MADBULLS.
Well, 7 now for Team Falcons, and they can potentially bring in 2 more with the other 2 players from ULF. But for ULF, okay. I guess this is going to be a pretty straightforward ending. Team Falcons having the high ground. ULF, no high ground advantage. The best they could do is to create the smoke bridge and just close the gap. At the same time, while the blue is behind them. And there's just so many conditions that is not favoring ULF.
Yeah, not at all. They're just stuck by the very far corner. But still a 2v2 though, and it's an over-aggressive move coming from the Falcons. Driving by, and they got caught out by Catch.
And looks like ULF was dominating. Okay, for a second there, I thought that Team Falcons is done, but no, not yet. Okay, let's see who will win this one is eventually Catch. On the other side, tries to land his shots, but then again, Redox obviously not showing himself.
There's barely no space. This is going to be the final zone. As he'll be closing directly to the center, and somehow he finds it from the low ground. The Falcons denied their first win at ULF Esports. They claim one back. And finally, there is hope. The Wolves, they're chasing the Lambs, the Goats. And it might just be theirs by the end of tomorrow. We'll see about that because there's still 5 more rounds for tomorrow to play out. And this is perhaps the start of something, as the Wolves have a fiery passion burning within them.
Well, as much as they use mollies and grenades to burn in the battleground earlier on, this time they only managed to bring in 6 elimination points, 6 or 7 elimination points, which is obviously not that much. So, interesting. That also indicates to me that that they cannot overtake the number 1 spot yet for two factors, of course. One is the amount of eliminations and points that they got in this round. The other factor is that the gap is already too big. You need more than just this round for another team to potentially push down a team like Gold.
Yeah, that is for sure. And also, we also have to have consideration for MADBULLS to also have decent amount of points being acquired before they falter, and they did manage to at least achieve a top 3 finish. So I would still think that MADBULLS, they are very close in the form of results up against ULF this time around because of just sure firepower being displayed. I mean, ULF, they themselves have been really feisty throughout the entire course of the field. But to me, what was definitely something that I didn't really expect too much was FALCONS now bouncing back up as the Europeans have been able to get themselves into the top 3. I think they were just lacking a couple of these elimination points, which is why they are currently placed 3rd. And looking at the number ratios, though, they did plenty of damage this round.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think if you want to award like the best performing or the most improved team so far, right? Or maybe even if you want to zoom into today, it's definitely Team FALCONS. Not only because they won against Twisted Minds, but after they win against Twisted Minds, we can see them bringing in more points to the team. So great work for Team FALCONS. Maybe we'll see the best of them tomorrow. But we will see, or we have seen the best of our MVP this round. That is Tulika from MADBULLS with 6 eliminations and 1,176 damage.
That's right. And overall, Tulika, it really was the rock of the team where he was pretty much unmovable. There was that instance where he was even pit all by himself by a very tight corner, and he's still bringing those points back to the tail end. So MADBULLS, they were always looking for big point margins, and together alongside with Spider-Man, they are the top performers from the side of MADBULLS to be within the list. Catch as well as Redox also make up the rest of the Miramar performers as well. I mean, Catch, there were literally 7 instances where he managed to find those pivotal knocks in order to eventually seal the deal up against Team FALCONS.
Yep, and of course, if we want to highlight FALCONS, well, we have to highlight the fact that they won every single fight with Twisted Minds as well today. So it's the same pattern as per yesterday. Now, match leaderboard, ULF 16 points, MADBULLS 16 as well, and Team FALCONS 14. Wow, all right. And ARCred is here on the top 5 with no chicken dinner, with no placement points. So that's 8 points collected. While the other end, Kara Esports and the Nuclear Zone, unfortunately, not able to bring in points at all for them. But again, it's the highlight, of course, is let's see, Go Team. Even though they only scored 2 points, but the 60+ point gap, like what you mentioned, Contra, they can just sleep over this round. It doesn't matter for them.
Yeah, there's just not going to be any form of contest for these guys. But Go, this is one of the rare instances that they bow slightly earlier compared to their usual performance. And if we take a look at the match stats, this is where we're at. 57 total eliminations. Some of them were either non-participating, or some teams have only 3 players. Some even died to the blue zone. So it kind of dwindled down the numbers for a little bit, and yeah, I'm getting a little bit more and more disappointed on the hit shot ratios in Miramar. Like, Erangel had twice as much hit shot ratios. And of course, when we talk about the overall MVP, it has been Joyagi. That was that round where he secured 9 eliminations by himself.
Oh yeah, that is, I believe, the most for a individual player so far in the Ruthless Regional Showdown. And Joyagi is basically claiming back his throne. He was the overall MVP during Phase 1, and his teammate at some point overtook him, and now he's back on his own seat there. How far are the other competitors or the other players? Oh, we have 3 players from Ophir, 2 from Gold Team. Interesting. So only 2 teams or 2 sets of players from 2 different teams dominating the road to MVP.
Yeah, it's so interesting, especially now with Wolf also playing catch up with a chicken dinner to close off this round. So I would still say it is going to be a very tough feat to really go up against the rest of the GOATs. I mean, Joyagi, so long as he's going to be able to churn those big numbers together alongside with Vic, they should be in the clear. And when we make comparisons, Scarface is actually very close to Joyagi's performance right now, only short of 2 elimination points. In the form of damage numbers, I think that Joyagi have been able to best everybody else by about 10k damage right now. That's actually quite a lot.
Yeah, so we have Joyagi and Scarface, and also Aaron, more than 10,000 damage output. Amori, I remember that he was not part of this list when we started today, I believe. Or was he? Okay, but anyway, it's nice to see him up there as well. Hopefully with this kind of performance, we will get to unlock how he looks like instead of using a silhouette. But okay, overall rankings. What's the difference now? 42. It is still a 42-point gap between Gold Team and Oof.
Yeah, and I would say that at least it's a lot closer than what it seemed to be earlier, because that was a certain point where it was like 50 points or so. So this is still maybe doable. MADBULLS, they do actually tie the same amount of chicken dinner numbers alongside with GOAT. It's just that their fragging ratio hasn't been able to match up to the likes of Joyagi as well as Vic just yet. So I really do wonder what will happen for tomorrow. But overall, MENA as well as EU absolutely delivered quite a spectacle throughout the 2 phases. So we're only down to 1 more day. Meanwhile, we talked about big improvements. Falcons joined the triple-digit club as they move into the 12th spot.
Oh yeah, significant improvement by Falcons. By now, for them to catch the number 1, well, we can kind of say that it's pretty impossible. But if they want to be in page 1, sure, that is very possible. Maybe top 5 for Falcons would be kind of possible as well, depending on how they will perform tomorrow.
Yeah, true enough. And we have to see if that is going to be the kind of potential that they can actually reach. So that being said, we've already got all the results, of course, being displayed, and we've already settled down with all the remaining games coming into our day 2 of phase 2. So, of course, we've had great expectations out of the teams, and so far, GOAT still remains to be the number 1 team. We'll see if they can retain that tomorrow. It is your casters here, Contra as well as Sir Cloud right now signing out. Hope you guys have a good night, and we'll see you for the final day of action in this Ruthless Regional Showdown.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. to the ring.